Well, hello everyone. What is going on? Arcane says ring ring. Well, plingily plong to you, my good sir. Let's once again see if I can get my audio levels somewhat decent. And please let me know if they are not. Arcane says ring ring. Well, plingily plong to you, sir. Now, I do seem to have some issues with my Discord bot here, where it is actually not posting it is like randomly not posting these streams to the Discord channel, which is annoying. That's not good, so let's actually post it ourselves. But let's start with actually opening the level here. So if I get everything synced from my other machine, so that's the level we want to actually open. And do a little bit of posting here. It kind of looks like it's like posting like every other one for some reason. Not sure what that's about, or about every other one. Oh well, can't be helped. Anyway, hello Arcane, welcome to the stream. The stream in which I will quite simply just continue working from roughly the place where we left off last time. So in the last stream I unwrapped this elevator shaft structure thingy here. We did a little bit of texturing on this base. I had to actually re-unwrap this base because it was quite simply unwrapped poorly. Had some crap here appearing right about this place here. And I was blaming Blender. It turned out it was actually my own fault. I had some overlapping UV islands there. Caused some bad things to happen. So that was bad. So I redid that, but we had like done all the color selections and everything, and these are kind of the colors that I went with. So we have sort of like a base color, which is like this kind of dark green, gray, whatever you want to call it. We have these details in this even darker gray. And then some of these pieces have this yellow thing going, and I was thinking this is sort of like things that you would want someone driving like a vehicle into this elevator to actually notice that, oh, there's like a support here, don't drive into it. We also kind of have the same thing going here on the top. We have like a little ring around this to sort of warn users that, hey, if you have anything poking out of the elevator when you're rising, then it's gonna hit that. Same thing with these cranes as well. So this is pretty good. I think the next thing that we will do is this actual car. And I actually unwrapped this morning while having my morning coffee. I just started thinking about how I might unwrap this guy, and I ended up unwrapping the whole thing. So it should be actually good to go with the texturing. I've also been fighting my light mapper for the past few days or week about. And I think I should have a decent light mapping of this particular area here. You can see it's not a very big one, but I use this as a sort of test to fix some bugs in my light mapper. This should now look pretty good, just making sure that it is. Yeah, I mean, it's... there's some bleeding there, but that kind of comes just from the fact of how I do the light mapping. None of the bugs that I saw are present though. So this actually looks kind of decent from that perspective. So I think that's good. That also means that we can probably fix up some of this grass here, which currently looks kind of hideous. Some of this grass has been tweaked, so I want it to look kind of like this. I've actually redone a fair bit of the grass lighting recently. Now it uses sort of like a dual system, because like it was super tricky to actually get this grass to match my ambient occlusion. So it's using a dual system, one for far away and one for up front, and you get to sort of tweak those things yourself. You can see the grass here, it really doesn't kind of fit this ambience that we have going here. It's just almost completely single colored for one. So we're gonna probably want to paint some actual color onto this terrain, and then we are also going to want to match it to this ambience. Hey Wookie, welcome back. Yeah, because now that this area is properly light mapped, this very vicinity of this elevator, we can actually do the tweaking of that light map sort of ambience with the color of the grass. So I'm hoping we'll get to that, but let's do the car first. Start with the car, elevator car. And that shouldn't take very long unless we run into some super tricky issues. First of all, this car is not going to be light mapped, so we don't have to really deal with any of the light mapping issues I've been having lately. This will be lit with light probes instead, because it is a dynamic object, of course. So that's one thing that should make this easy. The other thing is of course the fact that this is already unwrapped, so it should be almost ready to go. And the third thing is that I think I want to basically reuse these same colors that we have on the structure around the car. So we will be using this green, this gray, and this yellow probably on different parts of this thing. Haven't exactly decided which color goes where, but that remains to be seen. So, let's get cracking, shall we? Let's get cracking on the thing. So it's probably here, right? Yes. Elevator... car. Good morning, Aku. And welcome back. Right, so we can see we have the thing unwrapped. Actually, let's get rid of those. So we have a ramp and we have the winch rotor. The winch rotor is this weird-looking thing here in the middle, just very low poly sort of thing. So these guys are then put into these winches to give them sort of an end piece like this on both sides. And so they are also dynamic. They're sort of dynamic even in the context of this car here. And I was thinking we would actually create two materials. We would create one material and accompanying texture for this car, and we would create another one for these two, for the sort of moving parts of the car, so the ramp and the winch rotors. And everything should be unwrapped, unless I made some mistakes somewhere. But we have the car unwrapped very nicely and tightly, but not too tightly, crucially. It looks pretty good. Let's just make sure we don't have any overlaps here, so we don't get the same issues I got with the bass. Looks good so far. And nothing is really getting stretched either, so that's good. That's probably good. And then for the other ones, yeah, yeah, we will want to actually tweak this a little bit. This is kind of getting a little tight. So just move these guys apart a little bit. I've been in Opeth mode for a few days since they released an album Friday, listening to it 7 times already. Yeah, I heard they had a new one out. I've been meaning to check that out, but Opeth tends to be music that you have to kind of pay a little attention to when you're listening to fully appreciate it. And like I was saying, I've been fighting my light mapper for the past few days, and so I haven't really been in a state of mind where I can like consume new music, unless it's like pop music or something. Just put on some like Spotify playlist and then like not care about it at all. But yeah, meaning to check that out. I heard from some colleagues of mine that it's a good one. All right. Let's start with doing my sort of standard setup here. This is typically how I want to work when doing texturing. So we'll go into image editor and we'll create a new texture, or actually a set of textures. I think we'll be working with 4K textures now, because this is sort of like a hero object in that sense that the player will actually sort of ride inside of it, and we might want to have a reasonably high resolution on the thing, and then we can scale it down later if we realize that we don't actually need it. But this will be elevator car, like so, and the first one is the diffuse one. If I can type it correctly, 4K, no alpha, that's good. Protect and save. Yeah, we have all of these different elevator parts here in the same folder. Not necessarily how I work all the time, but it just happened to be how this is set up. Then we have edge highlights. Protect and save. Color placement. Protect and save. And painted details, which, just like always, is going to be an alpha channel, which we will leave empty in the stream. I will paint to it later. I'm sitting in front of my paint display. Super happy combined stuff I love from both their new and old music, and new great ideas too. Just Ian Anderson feat is crazy. No, where's he from? I don't recognize the name. Probably should. All right. So if we look at this guy, put like a solid color on it. We have sort of like the main sort of car that you're riding in. Then you have these sort of support things that go underneath it, which is connected to this upper, whatever you want to call this, canopy. So the main body will have this green color, I'm sure. I was thinking that these support pieces here would have the gray one, and they would have the gray one sort of up until this, and then these actual arms would be yellow. Not sure what the winch engine housings, what color they will be. We'll have to figure that out. And then we'll go yellow and have gray sort of connection pieces on these. I think that should look pretty good. Regards the right state of focus to properly listen. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Yeah, it has to be the case with like things like, you know, prog rock in general. I've actually sort of I've gotten to really properly appreciate some things like Porcupine Tree and things like that when I've actually listened to them in the car on like a long car trip, which is really nice. All right, let's start with the edge highlights like we usually do. So drag that on there, protect it, and set the correct texture. There we go. Switch to cycles, switch to GPU, and bake. But we want to bake the emit. And of course, we want to sort of check this. We want to check ourselves before we wreck ourselves. Should it be maybe just a little thicker? That's so tiny I can't even read it. 0.2. Let's go with 0.2. Yeah, that looks decent. Let's go with this. See what that gives us. So bake. And sip some coffee. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Like in the perfect world, I could play some really good music to you guys here on the stream. Like I could even sort of, you know, if I paid like, I don't know, 10 euros a month or something, I could just play whatever music I want, and then they would pay the correct people depending on the music I play. That would be an awesome service. I would just play all kinds of really nice music for you guys. And I'm sure I could find some potentially more interesting music than the one I'm playing. I kind of like this playlist that I have going now. I've been using this a lot, as I'm sure you can tell if you've seen and in particular listen to any of my previous streams. This tends to be like not terrible, perhaps not great, but it works. Alright, baking taking quite a long time now. I'm guessing it's because it's a somewhat complex object. There we go. At least it looks complex when looking at it like this. Let's save this guy. And we can throw the standard material on the actual mesh. This is interesting. Why does it show it like that? It's strange. Yeah, drag that onto there. And just need to set these. So color placement, let's see. Car color placement. Car diffuse. And edge highlights. What? That's what I want. So yeah, I think these edge highlights look kind of decent. Look actually really good, which suggests that I did the unwrapping quite nicely. So good me. Yay for me. Before we do anything else, let's just quickly copy these two, drag them off there to the side, make that a mix, plug that in there, plug that in there, plug that in there, and then we'll do the painted details. So then when I get to actually doing the painting, everything is hooked up properly. Since it's an alpha channel, it will just essentially skip it for now. Coolio. Okay, so now I need to actually copy those colors from another Blender file. So let's go maybe to the elevator structure is the big one. So here we have both the supports and we have the platform, and it is this color here that we want. So the base color would be, I think it's that one. Yeah, it's basically like these three colors are the ones that we want. Let's copy that, make that the base one in here. Then we have the warning yellow or whatever. And I think this one is actually probably already, so it's 5F. Yeah, it's already 5F. And then if we want to, we can have one more here without doing any further work at all, but we'll see. Might want to have some slightly different color on those motor housings there. We'll see. Well, let's start with just starting to... how should I do this now? So I want a pretty significant part of this to actually be gray. I'm thinking probably not this centerpiece, even though it's part of the. Or do I? Should that just be as well? Maybe it should be, because it's sort of like connecting to that. Yeah. I think we'll kind of have to make it. Right, so we can just select that island, that one, probably that one and that one. All of these guys. All of this stuff, and even those. And that one. And that one. Yeah, so that is what we want to actually make gray here. So now we just need to do it for all of this 4 quadrants or whatever. All of the 4 fixtures. Like so. Let's try to get everything on the first try. Don't have that one. Alright. And here we're missing those 2 pieces. So one more, and then we'll color those, and then we'll do the top sort of canopy arch ones separately. I'm thinking all of that. And those 2 as well. Yep, looks like we got everything. Let's see how this works out. So we're going to want to have at least a red channel painted. Whoop, that's maybe I actually got it. So that's a red. I want the green. Let's do a blue as well. So only the selected faces. And strength pretty low, so that if we want more colors later, we can just have a separate threshold for this. We want the red channel. No, we don't want the red channel. We want the green channel for this one. And we don't actually want to. We don't want to paint the details. We want to paint the color placement. Nothing's happening though. What's going on? We clearly have some green color here. Let's actually just reload that. So let's see. We are reading from elevator car color placement. The green channel goes here and puts in the detail. Okay. So that should all be good. Elevator car color placement. Green. Yeah. Something like that. That should make it above the threshold. Still not seeing the correct color though. So what gives? Oh, I just wasn't at the threshold yet. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Cool, so now we have those. And yeah, I think this looks kind of logical somehow to have them like this. Sort of kind of different pieces of steel or whatever this is holding this thing together. So it's good. Okay, so that means that we can go into edit mode exactly, and then start marking up the rest of these guys. And let's try to get all sides of all pieces on the first try. Those ones as well. Is that it? I think that might be it. Nope, it's not. I typically forget some of this, and then later in the game I just go, oh okay, that's not actually added. But the nice thing about texturing like this, with like an influence map or whatever the thing that I call the color placement, is that you can then just go later on go in and make a change to that and have it just rebake the thing, and it spits out the correct thing. And you can even, of course, change colors and do everything you need. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So that would be that. Still looks a little boring, but now we can start to add like this warning yellow thing, and we'll see how it fits. I'm hoping it will work out just fine. And now we'll want to be careful to select everything. Actually, let's do those housings last. Maybe with their own special color even. Let's do everything else in the meantime. And yeah, and the question is now, like, it should probably be all of this, right? And even inside of that. So this is where the cable for the elevator actually comes down. And it sort of disappears into this housing, and then that is where I actually then need to resize the cable as the elevator moves up and down, so that it looks like it's kind of spooling it in as it rises. Okay, so now marking all of these should be easy because they're all just one island. Actually, let's not do that yet, because it looks like I've marked everything there. I haven't. Right, so if we have all of this, maybe we'll do a test coloring with just this subset of things. And I want the red channel. There we go. Yellow. How does this look? Does it look reasonable? I have forgotten that one face there, but we can fix that. But other than that, yeah, I think it probably will work. So maybe we'll do this, and then we'll bake out the test one, which we can actually look at in the game. How about that? So, oh, not that one, not that one. Is that the only face we missed here? I think so. So with this we should have everything colored on one side. So why don't actually just do that. Like so. It's like a, yeah, this is a Blender thing. It just like, it goes like, nope, I don't want to color that pixel or texel. It's like, what, why don't you want to do it? I'm gonna have to go in and actually fix that up directly on the texture itself. Like the flood fill in Blender is a little wonky sometimes. It sometimes goes full wonk. That one. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Right, so the last one. Missing anything? Yes, we're missing those. Like so. looks correct. So just clickety-clack away till it turns yellow. Means that we've reached the threshold. There we go. There's another one. It's just like I don't feel like doing that text. It's like what? What do you mean? Alright, yeah, this looks like it could sort of belong to the same sort of assembly as the rest of the elevator. Right, so yeah, let's save this and let's open it in GIMP and just go and have a look at some of those dead pixels there. Fix them up. If I don't do it now, I will forget. And later I will be sad. Sad boy. It's that one. Let's drag it in. And let's see. So it's the red fields. Yeah, here we have like, I don't know why do you do that? Why do you not take those and color them like everything else? So there's a dead one. There's something. I don't think those necessarily matter, the ones that are there on the edge or the border. Sometimes they do. And I will have to fix them too. There's something here with like that one. Maybe we'll fix that little pixel thingy there. Of course, it depends very much on the geometry and the unwrapping, how well that works. But well, yeah, the flood fill is a little strange. Sometimes. Let's leave it like that. What do we have there? There's one as well. And there's one. And there's one. All right. Do we have any pixels that are just in the middle of an island? I at least want to fix those. Yeah. I think this is approaching a level where we can deal with. So overwrite that. We can just have a look at one of these places, like that one there, for example. That one should go away if we just reload this. It did not. Oh, so apparently we missed that one in the fixing up. Let's have a look. Where is it here on the? So it's over there. Aha. Aha. That would be that one. There's a couple ones there as well. Yeah, I could probably paint these in a more sensible way, but this way I don't have to deal with any colors or anything. I just copy copy areas over similar areas. There we go. So now hopefully we should have that texel fixed. If we reload this, reload, and it goes away. Okay, goody goody. So let's bake this thing now. Oh, there we have one. What is that? I want to fix that. It's just smack in the middle. Is it this one? Yes. Smack in the middle of an island there. Yeah. Overwrite that. And go back and reload that again. Okay. So now we have we don't have everything saved. Why do we not have, or what do we not have saved? Is the edge highlights? I don't know. Let's save all images. And hope we don't overwrite anything stupid. Okay. Here we have the same thing, actually. And again, we can go in and fix these later. It's not really a big problem. But it might be nice to do it immediately. Where is that actually? Right, it's here, isn't it? It's basically that one. I'm thinking it's probably that one. So now if we save that, hopefully we should get rid of this weird looking sort of miscoloring there. Color placement and reload, and there we go. Now it's fixed. Yeah, again, Blender wonkiness or something, but luckily we can fix those later. So let's go into the material, and we have the diffuse here. We can bake the diffuse. No lighting, just the color. Bake. Yeah, the reason I want to make sure that all the textures are saved is because when baking, it quite often, I'm not sure if it does it always in all circumstances, but quite often it just reads things from the disk again. So if you don't have things saved, even though you might have them in memory in Blender, they might not be included properly in the bake. At least that's my experience. So that looks good. Let's save it outside of the work folder to make sure we can use it in the engine. And just go here and set it to be PC7 compressed immediately, because it's a big one. It's a 4K one. And it's actually something I might want to keep as a 4K one, because the player will be close to it, the camera will be close to it. Essentially inside of it even, so we want to make sure this is high quality stuff right here. I didn't mean to open that one. Close it. And then make a material. Oh, we don't want to actually do it that way, because if we open this elevator supports material, this is a material variant called elevator supports, and it's a variant of base material diffuse light mapped, which is not what we want for a moving object. So instead we want to go to game materials, and we want to select a proper base material here. So that would probably be diffuse light probe instead, which enables the material for light probe rendering. And we're going to create a material variant out of that, which we will save into elevator car, elevator car, and we used the elevator car diffuse. Build that, make sure it works. And now we can go in here. And we can use refinery blueprints, elevator car. So this one is a little complex because it's a dynamic object that the player can drive on and inside, and it has sides that it needs to collide with and everything. If we hide this for a bit, you can see that it's actually made up of like a bunch of different physics objects, because you can't have dynamic or even kinematic shapes in physics that are trimeshes. And this is a kinematic object, but it's still a dynamic object if it is a kinematic object. So we need to work with like convex hulls or other kinds of shapes instead of a trimesh. So we don't need to create a collision mesh for this, but we still need to make sure that the shape matches these objects that we have specified here. I don't think I have actually exported this guy after I unwrapped it, so let's make sure that is up to date. Export FBX, and then we can go here. We can take the path from that new material that we created, so that would be that one, bin material, and plonk it in somewhere. So chassis, this one, there we go. That looks reasonable. Shut that down and see what it looks like in the editor. Sure. Alright, there we have it. And this guy is now not lit by the light map, so it will look, its lighting will look a little flatter than some of these other objects here. But it will look nicer than when we have actual light probes here in this area. Some of these faces kind of look like they're missing the highlights though. That's a little strange. Like you can clearly see the highlight here, and it kind of looks like it's missing here. And then you get it again here. What's that about? That's strange. Yeah, that is very strange. We have this protected. We should be able to switch over to this guy again. And we just quite simply don't get it there. How weird. Do we have like a... Oh, look at this. There's a sneaky poo in our mesh. Oh boy. Okay, well, if we take this face away... No. If we take this face away... Yeah, now all of a sudden we get highlights all the way along. Probably still have the same thing on the other side. Yeah. Let's take that away as well. Faces, go away, and now we have it. That's annoying, but it's probably not the end of the world. I don't think we need to like re-unwrap or anything just because of that. Just quite simply took it away. What I will do is I will rebake the edge highlight map. If I can find it here. Yeah, edge highlights is selected. Let's rebake that. And then hopefully we can just quite simply rebake. Like based on that we can then rebake the diffuse material and we should get everything looking correct? Because this looks bad. This looks bad right here. No. Yeah, typically I use the 3D print tools in Blender to detect things like this, but evidently I had forgotten to do that here with this one. So when you're actually doing 3D printing something physical, and you're modeling for that, then it's very important that you know where you have like degenerate faces or edges or non-manifold edges or whatever. But it can be used to detect things like this as well. And that's what I typically do, which we should probably do just when this bake has finished. Alright, there we go. So let's save that. And go back to the normal material. So if I now select 3D print and check all, you can see that we have some non-manifold edges. And we do expect some because I'm using just intersecting geometry here to not have like a bunch of faces that I don't necessarily need or want. So that's okay. I can see here that I could actually have probably cut this up. I'll cut these away, taken these away. Maybe I could even do it now, but I'm not gonna do that. Let's not mess up the texturing now. And then we have the non-manifold faces here in these winches. That's also expected. But that's it. That's all there is. Intersect faces. Yep, we have some of them as well, especially there on the top. That's fine. Non-flat faces. Yeah, not sure I agree actually. Some of these might be non-flat, but this thing tends to sometimes give false positives on the non-flat faces. So it's probably fine. Okay, so now we have all the images saved again. Let's rebake the diffuse. Alright, and now if we save this outside of the work folder, we should see the highlights show up there any second. There we go. Alright. So that's better. That is what we expected. Good. So yeah, it looks a little too clean. I'm gonna want to paint some of this crap here on the floor here at least, and probably something here on the sides as well. But yeah, I think this looks kind of decent. And like I said, I think it looks like it sort of belongs there in the same sort of construction as this whole elevator assembly. So that's nice. A little bit of artifacting going on there on those top beams, but that can't be helped. Quite simply can't be helped. Or maybe it can, but I'm not gonna do anything about it right now. Okay, so what I want I want to color these winches now, or are they actually good as green? Maybe they're actually kind of okay like that. We can leave them like that. I think I'm gonna leave them for now, and then maybe I'll come back to them later if I want to color them differently. So then the next thing would be to do the ramp and these rotors, or whatever you want to call them, for the winches. So these things actually rotate when the thing is moving up and down. And of course this ramp also opens and closes. So cool. Let's create like a set of textures and a material for those moving parts. All right. And it doesn't need to be a 4K texture. It can probably actually be like a 1K texture or something. But I think we're gonna work with the 2K texture just in case we need more space there. Let's hide the chassis and just enable these two guys. So, elevator, car, moving parts, diffuse. It's a really long name. No alpha. Just black. Protect and save. And it goes into the work folder, like so. And then edge highlights, protect and save. Hey Tutu, welcome back. Color placement, although I don't necessarily know if we even want to place any, if we want to color them with more than one color. We'll see. I'm still gonna use it because I'm gonna use the same material, so let's have it there so that I can color them later if I want to. And we're even going to do the parts painted details, and it needs to have an alpha. Like so. All right. And then we'll see what happens when we do this. And now I wonder, like, we want to paint actually two objects, or two sort of want to bake actually two objects to the same, using the same material. Is this actually going to work out? I think it is probably going to work out. But I'm gonna have to probably drag that there. Edge highlights. And then bake those two. I don't actually know how this is going to work. Let's see. This might just be complete bonkers. I'm going to have to like merge them temporarily or something. So moving parts, edge highlights is what we want, and want to bake those two. And I want to bake the emit. Let's see. This shouldn't take really any time at all. But maybe it does. Right, so it baked one object and now it's doing the other one. Right? Yeah, you can see them show up there. So that actually looks like it worked out fine. So now if we give this material a better name, so this would be material car, and we copy it. So material car moving parts, and let's protect that as well. And we'll make both of them actually use that material. So moving parts, and we have moving parts, color placement. We have moving parts, diffuse, edge highlights, and painted details. Right, so this looks actually correct and pretty good now, although I think I want that to be probably like auto smooth. Excuse me, I want this to be auto smoothed. Why is it actually not being auto smoothed? Or is it? Okay, it actually is. Just looks a little strange. I might have to rebake that actually. This is a little bit of a special case. I'm not super used to actually working with this, where I have two materials in the same, or two objects with the same material. So I'm a little bit confused about some of these things. Take the seams away so that we can see the sharps. I'm gonna have to make some of these explicitly sharp. That one, that one, that one, and that one. That one as well, I guess. Although it should be sharp even without us telling it. Nah. Same thing here. And sharp. And then, yeah, this is not the color I actually want for this. It should clearly be that gray one, and not this. But that is an easy thing to change once we know how we want this geometry to behave. So again, let's take both of those and set them to the edge highlight material. Oh, we can't actually do that. I guess we need to set them separately, like so. Now let's see what happens with this when I have the smoothness set correctly there. You can see here that it's clearly not smooth on these two strips. Let's make sure that gets fixed. It's not a big deal, to be honest, but might as well do it properly. My microphone stand here. Sorry about that. Okay, now that looks more smooth. Sounds good. Save that. Okay, and we'll go back there. We'll set the material back to that moving part business. Yeah, okay. This edge highlight here is a little weird, a little strange, but it is probably basically correct considering what we're doing. There's almost no edge highlight here because this angle is so small, and this edge highlight kind of jumps a little bit here and then goes there. I think that is basically how it should look. It just looks a little weird here, at least in Blender. But that's quite good. Let's take this color now and just set it here as the base color. And I think that is basically what we want. Now if we bake this, it should be a-okay. Like we can of course color those those things with another color if we want to. Would be trivial to do. Yeah, edit mode. So like select all of that. Yep, and all of that. Texture paint. Color placement. Moving parts, color placement. Red, yes. Only selected faces. Then click away until we find it changes color. There we go. And now we can make this whatever color we want. I don't know what I had in mind here. It should be like a slightly rust inspired color maybe. I don't know if it should. Something like that, just to add some visual interest there to the whole thing. Okay, and then we need to bake, and again we need to bake them separately probably, but we can do it all in one go. Blender just needs to bake them like one at a time. So elevator car, moving parts, diffuse. All images are saved. Bakeroo. And then we need to remember to re-export those meshes because, again, they won't have been exported since I unwrapped them. So take that one. That is the winch rotor, and that one is the ramp. Rampa. Is it ramp lockout? What? I'm guessing it probably is car blockout. Let's just call it ramp then. And now we can just go here and go like car, elevator car, moving parts. Let's make that be BC7 as well. sRGB. And maybe I'll actually just lower this down to a 1K texture for now. There's so little stuff going on in it that I don't want to waste any memory on that one. You can bump it back up later if we find out it doesn't actually look all that good. But I'm pretty sure it will. So elevator car, we go here. And yeah, we want the ramp, not the ramp blockout, but the actual ramp. Let's move, sort of focus in on these guys now. So not ramp blockout. And then we want the moving parts, bin material. Did I actually not export this? I guess not. No, I did not. Clearly not. There we go. And then same thing with this. Just boom. Oh, yeah, that's the other ramp that also needs to be done. But actually, what I'm going for here is this rotor stuff. So we have 4 of them. all should have the proper material. They will actually get sort of randomly rotated. Maybe it wasn't random, I don't remember, but I actually rotate them so that they are rotated differently, all of them, when the game starts. And then they rotate up and down along with the elevator. So now we can maybe we can test this out in the actual game. So we finally have sort of all of the pieces for the elevator being more or less done. A little bit more hand-painted crap on that car. It will be, I think, good enough. So let's actually maybe fly there. So this thing should be open, first of all. We have a scout, let's lower the volume here. You can, of course, like in the actual mission, you get to use this elevator in a slightly nicer way. Just you can drive into it, and there's an interaction area inside of it here, which allows you to actually start it and all of that. Once you've powered it up, now we can see all the rotors are actually rotated slightly differently. But we're not running the mission now, so we don't have that, but we can still power it up from a development script command. Just making sure that these collisions here are matching what we actually see. Right? Boom. I think we actually probably don't have... Yeah, we don't have any collisions here for... We can just put the camera inside of these winches. That's a little stupid. Maybe we should fix that. And you can see actually the cable kind of coming down from over there and ending here, and it sort of eats up this cable as it rises and prolongs it as it lowers. So move elevator up, closes the gate, and the thing starts moving. Do we get any cable poking through there from the bottom side of that? No. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. And yeah, you can see the rotor there, and you can even see the pieces of the cable being sort of cut out there. Kind of regenerates the mesh on the fly. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, okay, we don't actually have even have a camera collision for this one. We probably do, but it's... Oh no, actually we don't. Yeah, we don't actually have that. And adding collisions... Adding collisions to these winches actually won't make the camera collide with them either, because it's only colliding currently with static objects. Yeah, that is true. I mean that is specifically, it is specifically set to behave that way, but it is a little stupid maybe. Yeah, and it opens this ramp here because you will never actually go up here in the demo. The demo kind of ends on the way up here. So obviously, like this ramp is the ramp that should open when you're up here, but it opens the same ramp as it does on the down on the station down there. Okay, pretty cool view though. Looking game, if I may say so myself. Close main, move elevator down. Let's go down again. And we slowly start to... And we don't actually even have collisions for this thing, so... Camera just colliding with everything here. Okay, I need to think if I actually mind the camera colliding with this. I can fix it for sure, but it's not necessarily super problematic for the demo. The camera actually doesn't even collide with the mother vehicle currently, for the very same reason that it actually does only collide with static objects. Yeah, that stuff that you see there is just the light map border. The light map bounding box, which cuts that out. But okay, this looks kind of how I imagined it would, so I guess we're kind of done with this. I need to write a note to myself to remember to paint it. And then it'll be good enough for the demo, probably even for the game itself. So, a few more things I had in mind for this stream. I would fix up this rear end here, this area here behind the elevator, and actually the thing that we're driving on now. You can see the grass is clearly not adjusted for this ambient lighting. We could do with some trees and rocks and things here. And then I was thinking I might actually just steal a building from Project Slide, because I kind of have use for a little hut in a few places in this level still. I'm not planning a whole bunch of new objects here. I just need to finish up these remaining things here in the lift station, but I have a need for a hut. I would actually put that hut right about here. And I happen to have a hut in Project Slide, which is actually way too detailed for this art style, but I was thinking I might just actually kind of steal it and simplify it. So maybe we'll do that. Remains to be seen. Car looks like it's floating a little when on the lift on the way down. It shouldn't, but I don't know. Let's see. If we move elevator down, it should... Oh, okay, it actually doesn't work that way anymore. There was a bug, if you can call it a bug, where if the elevator was down and you asked it to move down, it would sort of jump up and then move down. Looks like that's been fixed. But yeah, there might be something like that. I don't think there should be, but I do know that if you're driving with the gripper on this and you're going downwards and the gripper has an object in its gripper arm, then it kind of bounces a little bit. That is a thing that is a thing. So that, but that is probably not. It's not like floating per se. It's actually sort of jumping a little bit, which is, I guess, even worse. But that's a known issue. I don't think this car should be jumping or floating. The shadows go further somehow, which makes the car is hovering somehow. Yeah. There is a problem with, and that will be partially at least addressed when I paint this. I paint some crap on this floor here. It's very sort of nondescript right now. It's just a single color. There's a little bit of SSAO on it, I guess. But when it is just a single color, it's very, very difficult to see. So move elevator down. It is very difficult to see where things actually are in relation to each other. Let's see. Draw physics shapes. Alright, so you can see that uninterpolated physics are jumping around a little bit, and that's just to be expected. Same thing with the client physics. Okie dokie, then never mind. No, by all means, if you see anything funky, then let me know. I appreciate it. This looks like, yeah, if you mean what we're looking at right now, the shadows are moving faster compared to the lift itself. You know, because of geometry. And so it kind of looks like the car and perhaps like the whole elevator should move faster, because the shadows are moving sort of faster over the surface than the actual elevator is moving down. And I think that will be sorted out with a little bit of dirt paint, so that there's a little bit of texture to this. But yeah, you're right, it kind of looks a little strange, because like the thing is moving kind of slowly down and has shadows moving faster across it or over it, and that just kind of gives you the illusion that something is kind of in the air a little bit there. If I should actually even paint some sort of lines or something on the ground of this. Like I mentioned in the previous stream, I think it was in the previous stream, that I was kind of thinking I would draw some inspiration from these sort of ferries that we have in the Nordics. You can see some sort of rust and crap on these. They also have these painted lines on them quite often. Even stuff like this. We have sort of like different lanes. Things like that. Trying to see if I can find some like better images, but yeah, there's all kinds of like markings and things here. Oh, that doesn't look good. Swimming levers, yes, indeed. Indeed. Coolio. Okay. But overall, I think we're kind of done with this thing. Might get some ideas and add something to it still, but I think it looks kind of reasonable. At least it looks like it's not just a blockout thing anymore. And I kind of like that yellow paint there around the edge there on the inner side, because it just gives it a bit more character, so to speak. That's fine. And if we open the gate here, open main gate, and we drive outside, I actually made those cranes a little taller. Because now that it's no longer blue, you want it to kind of stand out against the silhouette of that cliff a little more. So when the mission ends, I mean, all of the dialogue is kind of placeholdery still. I'm hoping to have one of my ex-colleagues who's an actual writer, and in fact a game writer, not just a writer, but a game writer, write the final dialogue. But see, maybe that won't be in there for the demo. But still, when you start like this, one of the characters says something about like that's the elevator in the distance, and you want to sort of see this thing kind of clearly here. So I made those cranes a little taller than they were, just to make it stand out a bit more, because now that it's colored like slightly more similarly to the actual cliffs, it's not as immediately visible as it was previously. And I think that maybe helps a little bit with making it more readable. Wow. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. How does it look like from over here? Yeah. I mean, this part of the level looks a little empty still. I need some more detail there on top of that. I'm also planning something kind of big here in the background, which may or may not go into the demo. But it's sort of like a narrative thing as well. Yeah, and the shadow distance there is a little annoying. I need to put in that fifth static cascade to cover things like this. Oh yeah, it's starting to look pretty cool. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick pee break, get some water. Been doing this for an hour and a half, and then we will do a bit more level design, I think. Or that hot, we'll see, one of those. So I'll be right back. Let's put the camera here on this, frame this thing kind of nicely. Man, I'm just waiting to light map this whole thing. Some of this stuff just looks kind of boring without light maps. My mouse is captured. Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes. Alrighty then. We are back. Are you going to provide the demo via Steam or standalone downloadables? It's not exactly decided yet. If I can have my way, I will have multiple demos. The one that I'm hoping to release ASAP, and the one that I'm kind of crunching now to actually get this area done for, is a demo that I will be calling the first playable demo. And it will probably be kind of rough still. And it is mostly meant for you people who hang around the Discord and the streams and everything, to see sort of the initial reaction, what people feel about the game. And of course it's like it will be most likely available to anyone who wants to try it. But I'm not sure exactly how it will be distributed. Maybe I'll put it on Steam. Maybe that is the easiest way after all. Put it on Steam and just distribute the demo. I guess Steam calls them like beta keys or something like that, but basically like a branch. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. You can have sort of passwords for certain sort of branches of your game in Steam. Oh, we're under this one here. Yeah, so that might be one way. Another way would be just to host it somewhere on some website and have people download it that way. That's fine as well. So that would be the first playable demo. And I might do like a second playable and third playable demo, or whatever I end up calling them. Just like an updated version of the demo as it matures. Makes sense. And then I hope, this is what I said, like if I can have my way, I hope to be able to have a demo for the full game, that like a demo that's not being taken offline when the game goes live or anything. So that people can try the game for themselves before buying. The last thing I want is for people to buy this game and refund it. Instead, I hope to give them like a pretty significant free demo that they can play and see how it runs and how it plays and all of that. And maybe that demo will even be some other level in the full campaign. But yeah, the reason I say if I get my way is that, of course, all of this is a lot of work. And after working on this at a kind of leisurely pace for quite some time now, especially if you include Project Slide and all of that, the realities of production is kind of starting to hit me. So I can't just spend like endless months and years on this. And indeed, I don't want to. I want to kind of build this thing and put it out there. So of course, my priority will need to be the game. But it would be cool to have a demo so that people could try it out. Like release candidates. Yeah, if you mean if you're referring to like the first and second and third playable and all of that, I guess sort of, yeah. I mean, I'm thinking and I'm hoping that soon-ish I will have like most of the systems for the game in. You know, you have all the major features of this working out. And if I can make a really good demo of this level, then if you kind of split the project into like the classical pre-production and then production phase, I don't know how sort of public knowledge this is or general knowledge, but typically, at least the game projects that I've worked on, they can be split roughly into like a pre-production phase where you're just making all kinds of things, trying things out, throwing things away, figuring things out. And that's where like most of the systems typically tend to be like programmed. And then at some point you move from that phase, from the pre-production phase, into the production phase. And if everything has worked out correctly, you know, which it never does, but at least in like an ideal situation, you would have almost all of the features in the game, at least in one form or another. And when the production phase begins, you can sort of, you know, that okay, we have 3 levels, we will want to ship with 20, so we need to make 17 more or whatever. And you can then plan out the development of all of the rest of the content in some way. You typically know how big of a team you need, you typically know how much money you need and how much time you need, although none of those ever go exactly correctly. All the estimates are always wrong, but that is the idea at least. And so I'm hoping that, even though I don't necessarily have a large team or any team at all necessarily to work on this, would be kind of nice to be able to decide at some point that like, okay, we have all the features now, except for like polish and some 1 or 2 more things maybe. And now the rest of the project is really just making the single player campaign. And you have sort of the story planned out, you have all of the locations in the game world planned out, at least to some extent. And then you can sort of do those in a more planned way. And of course, like the first and second and third playable of the demo, they would probably sort of take place like during that time when those few more features and systems are coming in, or when they are iterated on, so that the demo actually sort of becomes better just from the fact that some of these systems are given more time and love. And then when you're nearing actual release of the full game, that is when you would get to the release candidates, right? And again, if we're just talking about the games that I've worked on professionally, much bigger productions than this, but still, the release candidates are literally release candidates. So during like the last days before you need to ship the build to the publisher or whatever, you have candidates, builds, and you go like, okay, is this going to be the one? Is this going to be the one? And you can have like RC 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I don't know how many we've had, some projects, and then at some point we just go like, okay, well, you know, release candidate 7, that is good enough, ship that. And sometimes you get a new release candidate like every hour or something. So that's kind of what I'm considering a release candidate. People are going to ask for a refund, need to have their brains checked. Well, yeah, I don't necessarily blame people who refund games, at least for like technical reasons. You know, if the game doesn't work, then I think they should be able to refund it. For example. But just refunding a game because, you know, someone didn't like it, that kind of like doesn't really sound like that's not really fair in my opinion. Like you can't buy a CD. Well, no one buys CDs anymore, but you can't buy. You've never been able to buy a CD in a record store, go home, play the CD a couple of times through, and then go like, I don't like this, I want my money back. That's just not how it works. But yeah, if the game doesn't work, or if it works really poorly on the machine or something like that, then yeah, I think that's fair game. It's like that is a problem. I hope that people would report these things and go like, hey, I have this issue, would you please look at it? And of course, depending on what that request is, if someone goes like, hey, could you please add DLSS support to your game? I'm like, no, I can't do that because I'm D3, D11. Whatever. But if someone is like, hey, your game runs at 10 frames per second, could you please look at that? Then I could go, yeah, sure. Just hold on. Maybe I can give you some personalized builds, even. Rather than people just having refunded. And that is sort of why I want to provide the demo, because of course the demo will be running the same executable, or at least very close to the same executable as the actual game. And so it should run at a comparable level than the full game. But yeah, I kind of agree with you that like if people just refund the game because they didn't like it, then that doesn't really feel like a valid reason to refund. But hey, we have to live with whatever Steam and other storefronts do. Alright, let's maybe turn our attention to this grass thing here. Yes, of course, if it absolutely doesn't work because they tried to run it on a 20-year-old laptop, then yes. Yeah. But that's also like a question of like, if they're trying to run it on a 20-year-old laptop and it doesn't work, then if the system requirements clearly state that it doesn't run on a 20-year-old laptop, even then I think it's not necessarily fair game to refund. Because, you know, you didn't follow the system requirements. So I'm not sure if that's fair or not. Maybe it is, and maybe there's some goodwill to be had there by allowing refunds for that. And like personally, yes, I would probably refund someone if someone did that. But I'm not really sure like a company has the moral obligation to do that if someone tries to run it on hardware that's clearly not, you know, up to the standards. It's clearly not meeting the requirements of the game. Then, you know, and it's kind of on them. But I'm thinking more of like, you know, someone has like an integrated Intel GPU, or just some like Windows update, some version of Windows that just happens to like crash the game, or you know, whatever, some bad AMD driver, NVIDIA driver, whatever is the problem. then yeah, I think refunds are perfectly fine. Right. Excuse me, I'm seem to have a little bit of a cough going today. I'm not exactly sure what that's about. So we have the light mapped area here, which we've talked about several times. You can sort of see the edge of it going here. Outside of that area, the grass almost looks like slightly better now than it does inside of it. Like this doesn't look good. And that is of course because we haven't tweaked the grass now with this new ambience. Like in most places, the light maps are not going to actually darken the level by a lot. But here near these cliffs it actually is. And so this is one of the places where we actually truly need to go in and sort of correct the grass a little bit. I've done it here. I've not done like a spectacular job of it, it seems. But I have done it. And I'm thinking I want to go in and do it here as well. I've done it actually here, behind that red tree there, just to sort of try it out. And I think we'll be spending a little bit of time actually tweaking this here. So, like I said, we have we have a dual lighting model for this now when it comes to the ambient light, because the lighting shell textured grass is kind of tricky. I've come to realize that it's kind of tricky. And actually we want the light intensity lowered here a little bit, because this thing is actually out in the open. It's lit mostly by the sunlight here in this area. I want to go in and tweak this slightly. And you can see it almost sort of going away, almost becoming invisible. And that's the point. That's what I want. That's the art style I want. And then with this new model, what we also need to do is tweak the ambient light. So in other words, the light that's not direct light from some light source, in this case the sun. And that is where we have those two modes. So near and far. And they are separate because of the reasonably heavy SSAO that I use. Right, now this looks better. If we like undo it, you can see it looks crap and looks slightly less crap. If we move this mother vehicle here, we can see that, alright, now that's like too dark, but if we move away, it kind of goes away because it's kind of fades between those two. But we don't need to move the mother vehicle anywhere. We can instead just turn off the sun. Boom. Now we have like ambient light almost everywhere. So what I want to do is probably first tweak the far light. And just lower it a little bit here. Far lighting is kind of simple to do because it just basically needs to kind of fade into the background a little bit here. That looks pretty decent. Then when we come closer, we can see that near to it, it's a little too bright still, I think. At least in places. And yeah, this is a bit of a chore to do, but I honestly don't exactly know how to do this in another way, and still have it look the way I want to look it. I want it to look. So this is just something that I'm gonna have to go through and tweak for some places still here in the level. And the reason for why I have to do this is the fact that I can't, or I can, but I don't want to render this grass to the SSAO depth buffer because it's super noisy. And not only is it noisy, it's actually, it just looks horrible in many ways, because like we have the LOD levels for the grass. The LOD levels are kind of invisible almost normally, and they just become super visible when rendered to the SSAO depth buffer. That looks alright. I'm gonna turn on the sun again. And have the power to do that. Now it looks better. Yeah, so I can't render actually the grass to the SSAO buffer. It will just make everything look really, really bad. But if I can't do that, and I don't render the grass to the SSAO or with SSAO at all, in places like this where things actually become kind of dark, the grass would sort of shine there as like almost like a light source. It would look way too bright. So that won't work either. So okay, then the next thing that I can try is to actually render the grass with SSAO without having to render, or without having rendered the grass to the depth buffer. Still render it using SSAO. And I can do that, but that makes the grass look very strange. Because you get sort of like, you can see it here perhaps, like at this distance. You can see there almost looks like there is like grass sort of pressed up against this wall a little bit here, right? Because that is literally what we're doing here. We're rendering the grass with SSAO, which darkens it, but we don't have the grass features in the SSAO depth buffer. So it looks like the grass is sort of pressed up against the wall here, and it looks really strange up close, but it looks kind of nice when viewed from a distance like this. And so what I'm doing here is I'm fading it away to this sort of thing, where like as you get close, the SSAO, the effect on of the SSAO on the grass actually goes away. And instead we need to have, or we don't need to have, but we want to have hand tweaked near AO on that grass. So it's kind of tricky. Much trickier than I thought it would be. And so that was like pretty significant part of last week's work, was just figuring this thing out, so that I have something that I can reasonably ship the demo with, probably the game as well. Yeah, now this grass here looks pretty all right, and if we move like an object in front of it, it still looks nice in the shadow, like this. There's a little bit of too bright grass maybe there. So if we turn on or turn off the sun again, that's probably the far one now. lower the intensity there a little bit. That looks better. And I should make some better debugging tools for this. Now it's just like sort of, I'm doing this on intuition. But it's not always super intuitive. So, could do with a bit of more tweaking. Okay, so this area, again, we have the thing be way too bright here out in the sunlight. So we are going to have to lower the intensity, which affects both direct light and ambient light. Or in technical terms, both diffuse light and ambient light. Yeah, we don't want to make it too dark though. Like a good rule of thumb is to make it sort of maybe just a tad too bright, and then go in and lower the ambient light, because the ambient light also affects the thing in the direct sunlight. So now if we go in here, you can see that it's still a tad too bright, which is exactly what I want. Oh, not the height actually. Yeah, that tool sort of resets itself to be the height painting tool, which is a little annoying. Yeah, so currently I have to paint like the far away ambient, I have to paint it from literally from far away, so that I can see what I'm doing. And I have to paint the near ambient from close up. And that's kind of stupid. That's not necessarily how it needs to be. You should be able to have some debug modes which just forces one or the other. The problem though is again with the SSAO, because the SSAO behaves differently when you're close to the thing than it does when you're far away from it. So to get sort of the true experience of what the grass will look like, you kind of have to do it this like cumbersome way. Fortunately, I kind of don't mind doing this thing. Like so, and then we go, maybe we'll accept that. And then we go close, and we do the close, the near ambient separately. It doesn't have to be perfect. Kind of just like the places where your eye is sort of drawn and it kind of looks like, oh, that looks weird and strange and wrong. Those are the places you want to fix up. But the light is clearly too bright or too dark. What's been going on here around this tree? I must have gone super hard on the darkening there. I think this is actually too sort of sensitive. This, even though I have it at its lowest setting, it's still kind of sensitive with the painting. So probably need to tweak that a little bit. Get kind of tricky to get exactly what you want. Yeah, okay. Starting to look pretty good. Then you come close here, and again it goes too bright in this area. Maybe even here. A little too bright. Way too bright across the board. That's maybe a little stupid to have it with that much of a fall off. Need to be a bit more softer with the touch. Yeah, my AC is making noises in the background again. Apologize about that. Whatever it's called, heat exchanger, whatever. Actually the heating, basically. Yeah, this is really sort of like the ass end of the level. I don't expect anyone to necessarily even go here, but if they do, I don't want the lighting on the grass to be completely messed up. That's why I'm putting a little bit of effort into it, especially now that we happen to have this particular piece of the level light mapped. Perfect. And yeah, I think we need to put some like rocks or trees or something here as well. Make it a bit more believable as well. All right. Yeah, this looks really strange when you don't have any sun. You can see how I have sort of like a, what's it called? It's like a triplanar or something, but like an ambient light with a little bit of directionality. If I can remember. Oh, of course I need to commit that first. Yeah, ambience controller. Ambient light has like a sky, equator, and ground. You can see even without sunlight, it's actually kind of bright here. You can see this grass needs a bit of tweaking still. Everything comes to the front when you have this turned off. Oh yeah, here's like the fixed area, and then you have the area that's not fixed. It's just like shining like the sun. That looks a little too bright, especially up close. Fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it. All right, let's keep going. Oh. And someone might ask, isn't this gonna lead to like missed places level? Places where you drive and like the grass looks like a little different than it does in other places, and yeah, probably it is. I don't particularly consider that a big problem, but yeah, it's more hand painted than what you might typically have. It's not that I necessarily want that, but it's what I currently know how to make. And I quite frankly don't have the time to investigate anything more high-end right now. Plus, this gives me the look that I want for the grass. Perhaps most importantly. Not just that, it is actually the only way I know how to do this. That gives me that look where the grass is almost sort of fades into the ground, but it's still there. That looks so nice. I think we can actually probably turn on the light, the sunlight now, because this is quite a shadowy place. Well, maybe not. We'll just keep it off for a little while longer. Again, it jumped back to the height one. Yeah, the near ambient stuff is the one that's trickier to get right. The far one is super easy. You can just sort of haphazardly click away and it tends to look pretty good. Not so with this near one. But you can do it just as haphazardly as you want, and it will just work still. So not really an issue. Alright, like this, and now we just go to far, and we make a pretty big brush. And you just drag along it a little bit. Drag along it. Like that, and it's like pretty good already. Same thing here. Just drag along it. And I think I might want to actually paint a little bit of color on this terrain here. It's just very sort of single coloredly green currently. That's not all that nice. Oh, I think we were sort of straddling the edge between the near and far there with the camera to be sure that we're actually on the at the far distance when we do this far painting. Alright, and we don't want to mess with this outside of the light mapped boundaries. Now I'm just fixing up this place here. And then we can see clearly see the difference between the near and the far. Ambient occlusion or ambient lighting. Anyway, yeah, we don't wanna mess with the thing that's outside the light mapped area because it won't match what we want in the end anyway. So I think that might be okay for the far one. I want that slightly darker area there to be just a little bit brighter. Not too large of a brush though. Yeah. That's good. Commit that, save the level, and then fix up the near ones. Yeah, the sensitivity is clearly like a little too high here with this tool. Needs to be looked at. Yeah, this is difficult to get looking good when it's just like single colored green. That's not really nice. And I think we might just need like more of this grass here as well. Here you can also see like this sort of grass that looks like it's pressed up against the wall. It looks kind of funky. And a little bit of that is fine. Then when you go closer, it sort of changes to be just normal grass. Ah, jeez, can't speak. Normal grass. But yeah, that sort of pressed up against the wall kind of grass there, that allows the SSAO to really do its wonderful thing at a distance, and that is indeed combined with the light maps the thing that actually gives this game its nice visuals and nice look, nice lighting. So I want to make it possible to do that. Right, so now we have a little bit more grass here, that's good. So up the strength and add a bit more. I was thinking this would be roughly the place we would put that hut that I spoke of, so we might have to erase a little bit of this grass maybe. Maybe later. But we'll see. Yeah, that looks good. This does not look good. Yeah, some of these songs on this playlist, they sort of tell me that I've been doing this for a while when they I play them a second time or a third time. I think some of these songs actually appeared like 3 times on this. And if I do a really long stream, then I will actually have to play this thing like a couple of times. We're not quite there yet today, this stream. That would be, yeah, that's the far one. Yeah, I'm not sure how well this comes through on the stream, but I do really like the look of this grass here in the ambient lighting when it's sort of painted somewhat correctly. It looks a little dark there and then it becomes a little bright. Maybe we'll actually make it darker here in the near version of this. A little more still. It's sort of right up against that cliff there, so kind of works well with a little bit of darker tones like that. Right, we had some too bright stuff here still. No, it's not really a place that we missed. It's just that I painted some more grass here. It hasn't been tweaked yet. I guess in that sense we missed it. There just wasn't any grass there to tweak previously. It looks proper, with different densities of grass blades. Yeah, it looks fuzzy. It looks like you just want to go lie down in it. That's what I'm going for. Fuzzy, fuzzy. Yeah, I also I made some changes to... Oh, we don't want that, actually. Take that away. I also made some changes to how the grass is packaged into the game. And you can now, first of all, it gets compressed into BC7, this paint map. And you can also... oh, that's a far one. Yeah, you can also set how big of a texture you should have for these areas. Which is handy, because not all of the areas are very large. Not all of them need like a full, I think it's 1K. It's the default. Or the 1K is the work texture. And then you can sort of scale it down for the runtime. But not all of them need that. But that means that you will want to make sort of your final assessment of how this looks and if it's good and all of that. You will want to make that in the game rather than in the editor. With that in place. It's the actual, like, yeah, the grass area ends there. That's a little stupid. Okay, I'm gonna want to throw some rocks there. I'm not gonna move that area. It's just way too much work. I'll just throw some rocks there. I probably actually determined that that is what I want to do, and that's why it was placed like that. Some vague recollection of that. And yeah, it would be nice to stream a little more like programming and actually working on some features. It's just that I'm kind of... I kind of need to do this thing for the demo. I do realize that this is not necessarily the most coolest, interestingest thing to watch someone do. This is quite simply the thing I have to do currently. I'm gonna take away some of this stuff here. Doesn't look very good. Go away. Like that. Well, yeah, it would be nice to do a little bit programming or scripting or something soonish. Alright, so let's do the far pass, which again should be kind of simple. Just paint away and it will typically look pretty good. The problem I had previously was that when I made something look good from at a distance, it didn't look good close up, and vice versa. And so I decided, okay, I'm just gonna have to have two different models. Can't be helped. Right. So this looks okay. This is a little strange still here. Here, let's do like a very small brush and brighten some of these dark spots a little bit. Yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah, okay. I think that's good. Let's turn on the sun again. You can see some of this stuff is, yeah, it's a little too bright. So let's tweak the intensity still for some of this, just a little. So light intensity and very, that kind of didn't work out. Let's be careful here along this edge. I clearly need to change that thing to like not go back to the height tool when you reset it. It's something that trips me up every time. One thing we could actually do, maybe that's a better thing than doing it like this. One thing we could do here is light intensity and increase uniformly, decrease. So we want to actually decrease it uniformly. Maybe a couple of notches. One more. Yeah, that looks good. Let's do just 2. Then we'll turn on the or turn off the sun again. And here we can do, especially for the near one, increase uniformly. Maybe just 1. Yeah, let's do 1. Yeah. What about the far one then? It's a little too dark as well. So let's just do far. Increase uniformly 1. 2. Nah, 1. 1 is good. Okay, that's good. Touch up some of these areas a little bit. To make sure they look representative. right. Sunlight. Yeah, I think now that we increased the sunlight a little bit there, actually we decreased it a little bit there. I'm going to have to tweak it by hand a little bit on this side instead. Light intensity, just a few clicks here. And this is all kind of new to me, so I'm gonna have to figure out my workflow for doing this. That's why I'm sort of going back and forth a little bit on some of these areas. Might be that it sort of makes sense to kind of like do like intensity first with the sunlight enabled, especially if it is like places where the grass is in sunlight most of the time. And then when that is set properly, then one can do the ambient light tweak after that. But yeah, I think that's probably pretty good. Let's play that a bit, see what we have. Volume down a little bit. Trying to check out my Discord stuff here at the same time that I'm playing. Let's open the main gate. It is crazy how much work goes into just making a level like this. Though I could do this like full time and still work on a level like this for like a half a year or something. Do basically like nothing but level stuff. It's kind of ridiculous. Yeah. This is it's a little spotty, maybe, this thing now, but I think like overall it looks kind of okay. It's tricky to get stuff to look really good in just ambient lighting. Ambient lighting, so like no direct lighting, just tends to look very flat. Have like really high quality GI or something. I think this looks all right, considering you're not really supposed to go there. Like it's just like sort of out of the way. So what we're going to do is we are going to put some rocks and trees, maybe smaller things there. Oh, hey, Matt. You can see why dev sizes are as big as they are now, given how much variety of stuff there is in modern game environments. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. And also, lots of game development companies use just outsourced art assets, not necessarily sort of asset pack stuff, but just they outsource the creation of art assets to other companies. That that shadow from the power line looks kind of funky, like this thing here. You start to rotate the camera, it's just like woo. I mean, it's completely correct. It just looks a little strange. Proper support studios and such. Yeah. Support studios is one thing. You know, if you're like an Activision or a Ubisoft or got good and stuck there. You can have support studios, but you can also just have sort of third-party studios that specialize in you know, just doing 3D modeling or whatever. Can we fly up there? Sometimes you can. It doesn't quite allow me to go there. Yeah, that unstuckifier needs to be sort of tweaked so that you can't reasonably get sort of stuck in such a way that you can't progress. I haven't really found a place where I can't, you know, get unstuck in such a way that I can continue playing, but maybe there's a place or two like that still somewhere. Yeah, some studios like, you know, Raven Software, for example, as far as I know, they're doing just basically only support stuff these days, which is a real shame because they did some really cool games back in the day. I'd much rather have them make smaller games than make things for Call of Duty or something. But maybe they like doing things for Call of Duty, who am I to say? Was Raven were allowed to make a game again? Yes, absolutely. Exactly. Exactly that. Okay, let's put in those rocks that I spoke of. We're gonna need some rocks here, because the grass object boundary is right there. Number 7 maybe, and then we'll make the trees, this one, be number 8. 7 and 8, and we'll switch between them easily. Yeah, and this thing is not light map now, so it's just like shining like crazy. As you can see, it looks a little strange. If we turn off the light mapping now the grass is gonna look way too dark. Now you can sort of see that they are actually lit just like the rest of the thing. They just aren't light mapped. So that's why they're sort of glowing like the sun almost. And in between them, we're gonna put a tree or two. Let's put one of the tall ones. And we'll put a smaller one as well. And then I think we're gonna do some rock collection stuff. Tends to go nicely with that. Actually, let's put the rocks here and just gonna place them again behind them there. Put another one over there. Yeah, that's gonna look really nice when we do the light mapping there to make sure they sort of fit. Some more rocks. Why not? What about this place? Actually, we need to tweak the far ambient of the grass over here just a little. It's a little too bright. Maybe put a tree here at least. It's one of these places where, like, you don't really want anyone to go. Don't really expect anyone to go, but someone is going to go, and if there's nothing there, then the person is going to be disappointed. Should be even just like a tree or two. And these branches are not going to be light mapped, but they are going to be light probe lit. Should make them look kind of okay. Yeah. What I would really like to do is get cracking on the next level of this game at this point. Been working on this level now for over a year, and it's getting oh, that's the wrong one. I got really dark there. Working on this level for over a year, and it's gotten pretty good. It's approaching demo status. But it would be really cool to work on something else. If only I could have a level designer or two to do this thing. But of course, I've been doing lots of features and tech work and everything while doing this, working on this level, so it's not just a level, it's been taking time. I've been driving AI in particular. It took a long ass while to get working properly. It's kind of tricky. I want some more grass here in some of these places. Now that we have it properly lit. Just go nuts. Presumably, since you made a bunch of tools, I would assume some assets you could reuse to go a bit quicker for future stuff. Yes, absolutely. Assets for sure. Like we have these categories here. Let's commit that just for the time being. We have environment 1, which is kind of like the biome, if you will, for this. That has like the trees and the rocks. That's basically it currently. Some like stumps and things. This is definitely supposed to be reused. Even in the demo for the demo intro level, it's supposed to be used or reused. Then we have like refinery level specific. These are these cliffs that I've done for this very particular level. Now things like the power cell dispenser and power plant. Some of these perhaps could be sort of reused in other levels as well. But these are sort of designed to be level specific. Then we have the refinery, which has things that maybe we could use somewhere else, like the pipeline kit stuff that we did some streams ago. That stuff is here. Graphical. Oh. Graphical. I should fix that. But yeah, assets is one thing. Assets are one thing. But also just figuring out how to render the freaking grass, for example. Or, as I've done lately, fighting with the light mapper. All of this stuff that I hope to not have to do for the next level, and I can basically just start whiteboxing a level, and then when I want to light map it or I want to add grass to it, I just do, and it will work, right? That's the plan. So yeah, it shouldn't take a year to make the next level. That would be insane. If that was the case, then this game would be ready to ship in 10 years if I wanted like 10 environments. Not sure if I want 10 environments or not, but or want is one thing, of course. I want lots and lots of environments, but not sure I will have 10 environments. But yeah, I'm hoping a level will take more like maybe 2 or 3 months of efficient production-like development to do. That is my hope. Okay. I think this is starting to look reasonable. What about that hut now that I spoke of? Maybe we should try to steal that away from Slide, at least have it as a blockout version today. Maybe I can fix that, tweak that just a little bit more. I can always find more of these ambient places to tweak, but try to get this looking good enough that I don't really have to care about it anymore. Let's just get it done. That's really dark. That's really dark. All right. How about that? And then what if we added some grass here? How would that go? All right, I'm painting the wrong thing, and now it's gonna be bright as all hell. near ambient. Let's bring it down quite a lot. This got strange. I think I did something wrong there. How much did I paint with this? I think I tweaked something here. Yeah. That, however, did not quite work out. So let's do this again. So near. Yeah, the problem here is that since this grass painting tool is like implemented using a system that I really have only ever used for this and one other thing, which was in Project Slide, and that is like a tools framework that's hosted completely in the game. Like the editor application has no idea about this. There's no special mode for painting grass. It's just completely game side code, and it's you can sort of see that is what's happening from this text up here where it says editing and then the path of the object. And so what happens is that the game tells the editor that, hey, I'm gonna do some editing now, and you shouldn't run any commands while I'm doing the editing, and I'm gonna tell you when I stop editing and whether the user sort of accepted or confirmed or cancelled the edit at the end, and then you can start doing commands again. And the only input that the editor handles during this whole thing is the camera movement. No other input is captured for anything. The game has full access to the mouse and the keyboard. Oh, I think our music stopped. And so now if we click accept, now we're sort of back to the normal mode, where the editor application gets to do all of its normal stuff. And yeah, that was only used for one feature in Slide, and I also used it for the grass editor, and I'm probably going to use it for other things in the future. It's pretty handy because the editor doesn't need to know anything about what you want to do. So if you have a slightly niche tool for something, then it's kind of handy to do it with this. Do all the UI with ImGUI, and the editing with just C++ or Zig code. The problem is that you don't get undo and redo except for the whole edit operation. So if I make a stupid change here and I press Ctrl C, nothing happens. Because again, the editor is not running any commands, and the whole undo stack is hooked into the command system. So So you only get undo for the whole thing when you press cancel. You don't accept the edit that you made. That's essentially like pressing undo. And then when you press accept, then you actually commit that newly modified data to the level data, and then you can undo and redo that application later on. But you can't undo or redo like an individual paint operation to the grass paint map. Like you can, for example, when you're painting colors onto the terrain or just modifying the terrain any other way. You get like individual edits are undoable and redoable, but that is because they are implemented in the editor itself, not in the game. So it's a pretty powerful system. Allows you to quickly make new editors for like a game specific stuff. But it has its limitations. This is one of them. Alright. Yeah, I think this looks alright. This looks alright. We should have maybe a little more grass up here on this sort of crest. What would that look like? And yeah, I'm spending some time now on this just to sort of get this essentially into sort of like a final shape. Finally get it into final shape. Yep. Yeah, this place still looks bad, but there are many reasons for that. One of them being the light map, of course. There's also some grass here that just is wonky as all hell. What is going on with this? Is that like... It's actually... Look here. If we... Yeah, it looks like the color intensity is just pulled down very low for this for some reason. Just bump it back up. Same thing with this here. I don't know exactly why that is. But then again, this grass was painted ages ago and the system was much more unrefined. Actually, no. Let's not do any painting on the grass here in this area. That isn't light mapped. I'm gonna have to tweak it. Tweak it anyway later. Okay, coolio. Let's maybe look at that hut still, if we can get it hijacked from slide. So the hut that I'm thinking about is the little concrete sort of thing that you can find next to the hydro plant in Slide. And that thing was designed so that it could basically fit into multiple places, but I think it was only ever used in one place. I think I want to basically use it in 2 places in this map. Where is it? Is it research station maybe? Oh, there's actually a hydro plant folder here. Let's see. All right. Yeah, so it's the thing that goes in here. You can see the thing that looks like burn marks almost. Is that actually in a second building? Tank, handrail. What? Oh, building is right there. How does this work? Okay. Yeah, okay, it's down there at the origin. And I think it's probably that one. Building retopologized. Yeah, okay, so the building high definition, yeah, you can see this is sculpted, or that at least there's like sculpted sculpted details painted on it. Okay. Let's take that away. Or we probably need to do it this way. Yeah, so this thing has some like stuff on the roof. Let's see, take away some of these things. Those two. Let's take away that power pylon. We don't need. Yeah, all of this crap. There's even a propeller that goes into this thing. Right, let's have a look in the game to see how that actually, what that looks like. Yeah, that should be fine. I mean, it's not a very complex model. I could for sure do that just by hand, but at this point I'm just using any help I can, and I did model that building previously, so I might as well just basically copy it into this thing. It needs to be changed a little bit though to fit with the art style and all of that, but so we can find it here. Yeah, it has this power pylon, what do you call that? Not mast thing there that I don't think we'll want, but we'll want the building. We don't want the tank probably, but we want these boxes on the top and even that rotating propeller thing there. To signify when the power is on for the elevator. Dam, that's a dam, yeah. Yeah, there's a dam here in this level. Which I spent just like an unproportionally large amount of time working on. But I did learn a lot about Blender and things doing this. I wonder how's that propeller actually moving. I think I have something called a rotator component, which we can have a look at here. Research station, I think. Hydro plant building has a static body. Machinery propeller rotator, mesh rotator component. It's a pretty simple component. It quite simply ticks and rotates the scene node. Okay. Yeah. So what do we give it? Give it the propeller mesh, which is this guy. Set light properties in blueprints. What? Light properties. What is that? Look, it's not even red here, so I don't know what that is. Auto start probably does what it says. Yeah. Mesh component name is there. Yeah, we're not reading that. I don't know what that is. Set light properties in BP. I'm thinking that's probably something that's forgotten there, copy pasted from somewhere else. Then the axis rotation speed. Yeah, all right. Yeah, maybe at some point I'll want to have this in Zig so that we can rotate things easier in Zig, but I think for now maybe we'll just want to keep it like that. Or not, I don't know, maybe if we want to script it and then just have it so that it starts when the player has actually plugged enough of these power cells here into these sockets. We'll want to start it, then maybe I'll actually want to port that thing over to Zig. That sounds kind of likely, actually. But okay. What about this thing then? Obviously this art style here is not exactly what we are going for in Traction Point. But I think this might still work. It's kind of a concrete slab. That's not exactly necessarily what we'll want to have there. I think I'll probably want to have like the roof color being sort of started here from this part. Yeah, let's just super quickly model this. I'm gonna add, let's see what I'm gonna add. Where's this sitting? It's sitting slightly offset from the center in a wonky fashion. These guys are kind of interesting as well. This is not necessarily how I would model this these days, but oh well. Maybe it is, I don't know. Maybe we can use those guys. They're sort of low poly enough. This has a little bit of like cracks here and there and things like that, so I think I'm just gonna remodel this quickly. And by quickly, I mean really quickly. Let's just put in like a cube. Take away the bottom face. We do almost like a retopology by hand without using any sort of retopology tools. Just move this up, extrude it, and then probably extrude all of these along their normals. I mean, it doesn't need to match perfectly. It doesn't need to match at all. But now that I'm doing this, then maybe I'll just make them match anyway. Something like that. Put another one there. Cut this up as well. Put that there. Yeah, I had like a whole lot more detailed art style in slide. I can now say that I'm looking at this. Nothing wrong with that, I just didn't really have the chops to model a whole game like this myself. Wasn't really realistic to expect that to happen. Alright, let me take these supports or whatever we want to call these. Extrude them out. How far do I want to extrude them up there? Probably not that far actually. Let's take that guy and that guy. Not that guy, but that guy and that guy. And drag them along Y. Then have the same thing here. And yeah, I'm just doing some of these things by eye now. It really doesn't matter if these are, you know, exact or not. For a prop like this, it does not matter. Coolio, the door. Let's do the door. So this would be the door. Extract it out. And my doors look like this. This is how we make a door interaction point. If any of you ever want to make content for the game and you want it to look like the actual official content, and that is how you make a door. And we'll drag that, and how do we drag it? We drag it over there. And we do another one. These drag all of those over there, and then we take all of these guys and we drag them up there. Yeah. In the previous stream, I mentioned that I tend to have a lot of like helper seams. Well, this is how you get those helper seams, or support seams, or whatever. This is how they get born. This is how Babby is formed. You just do a lot of loop cut and slides, and you end up with a bunch of extra seams everywhere, which I will now proceed to take away because we don't want those. Nope. That's not what I want to do. Just hide those. Since we extruded that, we actually got extra faces there. I could maybe have used, just maybe, I could have used extrusion would have fixed it, but that's kind of uncertain how well that actually works a lot of the time. Right, get rid of those edges and get rid of those edges as well. And now let's bring back the building retopo, and we'll do the beveling of this. Something like that. Now looks all right. Yeah, I don't think we need that either. Get rid of those and those. I think I will keep these inset face edges here. It kind of makes sense. And maybe we can fold those into. Actually, let's not do that yet. At least. I'll probably actually just remove those as well, like so. Okay. So now I think we have like most of the actual sort of building stuff here. I think what we'll actually do here is we'll duplicate this guy. No, that's not that way. Take this guy and we'll duplicate it. And we'll take that and we'll take that and we'll join them together. I don't want any kind of material here now, so oh, come on, click it there. Random. People want to have a little bit of cavity going on. Cavity, where's cavity? There's cavity, so we can see what we're doing. Let's do an auto smooth on that. And we even have these things nicely unwrapped for us. Isn't that nice? Here. Right, so everything selected, looks like it is. Now we can move these into place. And just put them roughly where they need to be. I think that is roughly where they need to be. Actually, I wonder if the door should be on the other side. Might seem like a somewhat non-essential thing, but I actually have a plan for this, so I'm gonna try to make it look exactly the way I want to. So we have a propeller. We want the propeller here because we'll want to rotate it later. Let's set the cursor there, and we'll move this. Actually, we can do this selection to cursor. So plonk it in there, and then it needs to be actually moved. Well, first of all, we can join these together like so, and then we'll move it in, right? No? Do we not move it in? What happened to that? Ah. I was joined that way. That's not good. I don't want that. Let's move it back. So we take that and we take that. Come on. Those two. Join. There we go. Actually, what I probably actually want to do is I want to move this to selection to cursor. Nope. That to cursor. And I want to move it away from that. And now I want to join them together. So it doesn't merge with that thing there. And then I think this guy is sort of sitting. Let's have a quick look, still in the game. I think it's it's pushed through that axle. I think that's how it was working, right? Yeah, so the axle is sort of poking through the thing. Well, that's at least how it was done in Traction Point. I think we'll do the same thing here. Just something like that. Right, there's the propeller. Now I can hide that propeller. That was the original one. And I think I'll take this guy, move it here, rotate around C90, minus 90. And then we'll quite simply just take that face away. Move it there. Then I'll subdivide that twice. Merge by last, merge by last. And now we should be able to just fill in this. There we go. That's a door on the correct side of the building. I think we'll keep that for the time being. There we go. Now we have all the details on one side of the building. That's not good. So we're gonna take this and move it to the other side. There we go. That's a quickly modeled hut. I think we'll want to do something about this. Maybe we'll actually want to bevel it all the way around. Is that better? Not sure. It actually is. Maybe that's actually better. Merge these things before we move on. Like so, and then we might want to take this whole thing and move it along Y so that it sits in the middle of the scene there. Maybe that's okay. What about these roofs here? How have I done the roofs here? They're not typically beveled. Yeah, it looks a little similar to this now if you bevel it just on the side there, right? On the corner. Yeah, I think that'll probably work. Just looking at some of these things that are done. This one is actually beveled on that side. This one is beveled, and that's I do it like differently on every house. It would seem. That's my way of doing it. Here it's done that way. It's beveled all the way down. Actually, that could be a thing to try. I think we have space here to bevel it all the way down. Oop, not that. Yeah, let's do that. That's a version that exists elsewhere in the game, so we'll use that. Quick decisions. Just do stuff. Get the stuff done and move on. Right. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. So that's a hut. I present to you the hut. Jabba the Hutt. And this guy will now be saved. We'll save a copy onto the desktop that we just call hut. not actually going to be called the hot, but we save that now as the hot. Bring that down there. And that's a really heavy Blender file. And I don't think I'm gonna want to save that and use it and then remove all the heavy stuff, because that's a lot of work. Instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take... Where do we actually want to put that thing? It could be kind of useful in many places to have a little hut like that. So what do we have here? If we close slide 1 and open means 1. Static props. This could be a place. Yeah, this could be a pretty reasonable place to have this thing in. Radio mast. Yeah, it's in the objects resource pack here. Static props. Let's call it just small hut, small, I don't know, small shed. Shed is maybe better. Small shed. Folder here. Work. And in this we will create a new Blender file. Get rid of everything, of course, as is the law with Blender. And then we'll call this small shed. Save. And then we'll append just that one guy. Append from hot object. It's probably called cube actually. Cube, yes, there we go. We'll call this shed. Hello Blender. Why do you freeze on me? Blender is having a tantrum. What did I do? I don't think I did anything. Okay, yeah, it's taking the materials with it, which is something we don't want. Materials will need to go. Let's take the shader editor. Yeah, this is the slide style material, which we don't want, even though it has some similarities. It has edge highlights, for example, that I painstakingly did by hand for that game. I was a little crazy. Do both maybe. Yeah, that was a little crazy, to be honest. Why is everything marked as sharp here? It's just my old weirdness. Probably inexperience shining through. Clear sharp. We have a smooth by angle, which seems to be doing an okay job. Maybe we'll actually want to up that some more. Let's make it like 45 maybe even. So we get some of these to look smooth. That's nice. And then we'll just take these things. Actually, let's do hide. We do want these guys to be sharp. And here's just another case of like excessive Blender edges. Like, yeah, if we want to triangulate this is basically exactly how it needs to go, or not necessarily exactly, but that's one way of doing it. So we still don't need to have all those edges here in Blender that just make everything more difficult. And this one actually needs to have just about everything set to sharp. But then some of them really don't need to be marked as sharp. Sharp. Let's turn off the seam visualization for a bit to get a better glimpse at what's what. And yeah, I'll want to make some changes to these. This is not how I would model these days. Sharp, 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 sharp. What did I do? Edge slide. Sharp. Sharp. Okay, that looks better. And these don't need to be sharp either. In fact, these entire bottom faces will go away. Bye bye bottom faces. And then I would simply do it as one big face. That needs to be sharp. Oh, 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. Yeah, so that can be just one face and that can be another face. Right, there's no need to actually have any sort of, oh, there's something funky with that one. Let's see what that's about. Make that a face. What is going on with this? Right, so that's just one big face now. Yeah, okay. Go away, face. It's not how I wanted you to behave. Instead, I want just this to be one face and that to be one face. Okay, good. So merge by distance. Did get rid of some stuff. There's one that's not marked sharp. There's a couple that's not marked sharp. And here's a couple as well. That would be that. And then I think I'll take those faces away as well. Or do we? We'll leave them there for now. I'd like to do this with like less geometry than this, but maybe this is just something that I shouldn't care about that much. Yeah, these guys don't need to be marked as sharp. They will be sharp, but they don't need to be marked as sharp. Like so. Oh, we have some more here. One there as well. A couple actually. 3 actually. Yeah. Sharp. So almost everything was sharp after all. It's just basically this propeller and this bottom. Everything else is sharp. Okay. Cool. So I'm thinking that I'm going to probably continue doing this hot stuff. Oh, did I mark those seams actually? Yeah, I marked them as seams. Yeah, mark as seams and mark as sharp are so similar that I quite often click the wrong one in Blender. can't be helped. Let's run a quick 3D print on this. Make sure that we don't have any really funky things. So non-manifold edges are exactly where we expect them to be, like the bottom of the building, the bottom of these boxes on the roof, and then the actual propeller blades and the propeller shaft. It's actually a single-sided mesh. You never get to look at the propeller from the behind. Bad contiguous edges. Those are somehow bad contiguous. I'm not sure I agree. But okay. And those are overhangs. So that looks kind of good. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm probably gonna continue doing this hut. Maybe. I don't know. What do you think? Is anyone interested in just watching me doing this hut from beginning to end? Because I might do that today if there is interest. Otherwise, I might just do it offline. I will have to take a little bit of a break though. But I can just as well leave the stream running if there's still people like actually interested in seeing this thing being textured and put into the level. Is there interest for this sort of thing? I know I've done quite a lot of it, but I haven't necessarily done like a whole full thing from beginning to end. So this is one thing that we might do that way if there is interest. Otherwise, I think I'm gonna probably end this soon and continue working on this just offline. But this is a simple enough thing that might be able to just do it all in like one sitting if I put my back into it. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to leave the stream running. I'm going to go have a bit of food, and I will be back in a little while, and I'm going to continue working on this thing. And if you're here when I come back, then that'll be fun. If you need to run, then thanks for hanging out today. Let's put a lunch break. It's not technically lunch for me, but it's still food. So I think this is the most sensible text to have here. If you need to run, then thanks for hanging out today. Hope to see you in upcoming streams. If you are still here when I come back, then that would be nice. We will continue working on this little hut. We will unwrap it, texture it, create the game object for it, put it into the level, and then probably tweak the level a bit to fit it nicely. Right, well, I'm gonna go get some food. See you in a little bit. Well, well, well. We have more people here than when I took my lunch break. Well, that's cool. Welcome, new folks. What's happening? So let's do a bit more work on the hut then, shall we? Alright, so I have maybe like an hour and a half still to do some work. Time to do some work. Then I have to take care of some other business. But I think in that time we should have a pretty good setup for this guy. So I think the next thing then is quite simply to unwrap it, right? Let's get right on that. Actually, I probably don't need. Let's just make it smaller for now. I'll just bring up the UV editor there, but since we have Zen UV these days, I don't really need to necessarily touch that for a little bit. Gonna get rid of the sharp highlights. And we can quite simply unwrap and see what we get. We can see that we get some pretty crazy UVs going there, and it actually even looks like we don't quite have enough seams there on those boxes on the roof, even though they were supposed to be unwrapped already. But that probably has to do with the fact that I took away some of those faces and added some new ones. So let's see, how is this actually done? I think I probably did this. I added seams there, and I did seams there, and then I probably cut it up somewhere, like maybe there. If I unwrap that, we can see the stretching. Stretching is still there. Still a little bit of stretching going on. And I think we quite simply need to put in some relief seams here. So let's maybe put relief seams along these horizontal faces. Not that. Q and A keys are so close together on the keyboard that I hit the other one when I want to hit one of them. And this should make it possible for these faces to just fold out now nicely. And we can see that, yeah, it's pretty good. There's a little bit of stretching going on inside of this thing, but I don't think I'm gonna really care about that. Let's make it so that we can actually visualize these stretchings here. You can see here there's a little bit of stretching there. Maybe that doesn't matter. On the other hand, we can perhaps do something quite simple about it. How should we actually tackle this? How is it actually stretched? If I put like a seam there, not all the way, just like halfway, a relief seam essentially. Then we visualize the stretching again, and we press U. There's a little bit less stretching going on. Still a little bit, but not that much. Which island is that? Right, so those are the propeller blades. Yeah, they're also a little stretched, but it's actually very, very little. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. Let's leave it at that. That stretching is quite reasonable. What is this? What is that? It's difficult to see with this highlight going on. It's that one. Okay. So let's just maybe. Nah, I'm not even gonna. Let's just leave it at that, and we can even maybe like take that away. Clear seam. We'll get all of that in one island. Yeah, that's fine. Because this is of course just a small part of the whole model. Admittedly, quite simple model, but still. Still, we will want to have a little bit more. We'll want to be a little conservative and careful with the way we allocate sort of UV space to some details on the roof there. So let's cut out the door in really the only sane way we can, like that. And I was thinking about this roof. How should we actually do this? If we do it like that, and then go up and down the other way. Actually, let's go do it this way. Go up there, over to the other side and down, and then over that and cut it out like that. That looks like a pretty good way. We can do the same thing on the other side. Yeah, I'm thinking that's probably reasonable. And then I think we can cut this just straight across. Same thing here. And then cut this piece out, this side piece, just as a big slab of wall there. Same thing here. I think that should basically cover the bottom of the building. As you can see, there's no stretching down there at all. There is, however, stretching on the actual roof and even on the sides of the roof. So I think what we need to do here is this. We need to cut that open, but then we still need to probably add a relief seam over there. So there, and then across the top. What? I've done it in an asymmetrical way here. That should just go straight up. And there should be no seam at all. Clear seam. Right. Yeah, there should be no seam at all. Like that. And then we cut it like this. That should be fine. And that there needs to be seam. Unwrap that. Even less stretching. Now there's no stretching on the sides. That's good. As for this one, I think like realistically we probably have to cut away this top roof here. Just as one piece. Mark seam. And that might be it actually. Not quite. That's interesting. Why does it not just fold neatly onto itself? Oh, is that because it... yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think what we need to do here is we need to cut it. We need to cut it there. We can take this away probably. Do the same thing here. So we cut away the whole top roof, and then the sides of the top roof will just sort of fold out like this to the sides. That looks better. And stretching, no stretching. It's all good, except for a little bit there in the middle. But we knew that already. Okay, nice. At this point, maybe we should do the thing we normally do, which is just export this to the game. But I think we will at this point want to separate this propeller again as its own game object, and in fact it probably will have its own material and everything. Take all of that, separate it, and turn off that stretching thing. What do we call this? Shed machine, marine machine, propeller, something like that. And I think we want to move this guy to the origin. And we want to move it by setting the origin to the center of it and then zeroing out the location like so. And then we can rotate that guy separately at runtime. That makes sense. All right, cool. So now we have this thing unwrapped. It's not necessarily packed in an optimal way. In fact, it is not packed in an optimal way, as we can see, but we'll do that with Packmaster just in a second. Before that though, let's export it to the game so that we can actually put this thing into the actual level. Mesh. Maybe even the propeller. Why not? Like that. And maybe we'll want to actually do collisions for this straight away. How do we want to do that then? I think we'll do a separate model for this. It's unnecessarily complex with all those edges here on the roof. No need to stress the physics engine with all of that. So I'm going to take away the door. Bye door. Face and dissolve edges. Actually dissolve all of that. Take this guy up to there and dissolve. Actually not dissolve, but remove faces. Now we can dissolve those edges, and that just goes away. Still is actually kind of high poly. Yeah, it's annoyingly high poly, so let's not do that. Let's do something like this. Select that, move the cursor there, and then we add a cube. And we scale along Y. We take this one and move it along X to over here. It's an active vertex. Y, X there, and grab X there, grab Z there. Alright, that covers just all of those things. We hide it and then we take all of this stuff and just remove it completely. Faces. And then we unhide. Yeah, there's still quite a lot of detail here in this, like probably unnecessarily so. Because physics can get kind of slow if we just throw a bunch of complex tri-meshes at it. That's something that I've witnessed. So let's not do that. And in fact, I probably want to simplify some of this stuff even for the visual mesh. For now, let's just do this. Oh. Like that, and like that, and I think that's probably fine. We can just clear all the seams. No seams necessary. And let's just take those away as well, actually. Then we leave it up to Blender to triangulate how it needs to triangulate. Something like that, and I'd still actually like to, I'm gonna just collapse these at the center, all of them. That's actually not necessarily the right way to do that though. Yeah. How would we like unbevel this now? Basically need to go take those 4 and we take these 4 and we go to Y and we collapse that, right? Maybe there's an easier way, but this at least works. Like that, and then collapse that onto the corner. Same thing here. Now we're approaching the level of complexity that I typically want for my collision meshes. Yeah, that's good. That we can live with. So let's export that as well. Collisions. So, goody goody. And then we'll just restart that, I think. Yeah. Here we have some pretty good colors actually for some of this stuff. I think the roof color will be that color. The door and the boxes on the roof will be the gray color there. The walls probably this color. Maybe those slightly diagonal parts that one or not. We'll see. But yeah, some pretty good color choices there for this, I think. Okay, now then, let's go here. Select the correct project. So let's add the game object type. Yeah, so this is called graphical placed Merlin effect. We could maybe fix that as well. Let's see if we can find all the places where that is used, and it's used at least for the smoke pillar. So if you look in basis level files and we search for graphical, there's a P missing. Oh, it's used in 2 places, but it's actually the same effect just sort of a close-up version and a distant version. So if we quite simply unload that. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I reloaded it. Okay, unload. So we quite simply do add a P there, graphical, and same thing here, graphical. So now we can fix this guy up. Rename graphical. That looks good. Yeah, that's actually not necessarily even used anymore. But yeah, okay, that's good. And then static props. Let's take the radio mast maybe, duplicate that, and we'll call this small shed. And before we go further, actually what we want to do is want to enable collisions for physics data for the collisions mesh, right? And when we do that, we should be able to just use that as the tri-mesh source collisions. Small shed collisions. There we go. That goes at 0, 0, 0. And there we see the shed. Of course, we still need the actual shed there. This could be something like block out brick. Yep, that looks good. And then for the propeller there, we can just add it as a mesh. Like propeller mesh. Green maybe, until we have a material for that. In fact, maybe the propeller can just use one of the blockout materials, if we're being completely honest. So now it's placed there in the center. That's not good. So we need to move it up in the scene. And so it goes upwards, positive Y, negative C, positive X. We can actually just probably easiest to just take it here from Blender. So if we select like that one, cursor to selected, we can see where the cursor is view. So X, that would be positive that. I'm just gonna copy and convert this in my head from basis, from Blender coordinates to basis coordinates. That would be that. Then Y is positive Y, right? So that would be negative Z is actually positive Y. And then that would be 305. 3005 is the positive Y. Okay, let's try that. Put it here and mesh position. Oh, I did something wrong apparently. Right, that's supposed to be negative. And that's good. It's not quite in position, but that's just because we took the face that's like at the very end of that sort of center piece there. So that probably is about where we want it in reality. And I think I'm actually going to just use the brick material, because maybe I might actually get away with just using that for the one in the game as well. We'll see. We will see. But okay, now we can get the thing into the game. That's good. So let's see what else we have here. The propeller is a dynamic mesh. We don't want to bake any sort of anything. GI is just none. That's fine. Render thumbnail. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. The actual mesh is not dynamic. It's just or the building mesh is just static mesh. Locks the nav mesh, render thumbnail, geotype auto is probably good. That would mean that it would get light mapped, which is what we want. We can shut that preview down. And I was thinking we would place one of these huts here. The other one I might just discreetly place offline. It's not necessarily a spoiler, but it's sort of halfway towards a spoiler. So I'm just not going to do it on stream, I think. Elevator. Let's call this. I'd add this to the elevator because it's kind of related to the elevator. So we'll put it here, and it looks like it's way too small. Does it? Or is the scale? Now the scale is just like ridiculously. Like this is just ridiculously big. That's just how it is. And the mother vehicle is ridiculously big. But if we put this on the actual ground here, let's copy another guy next to it. It's kind of small. Yeah, it's a little small. Maybe we could scale it up just slightly. It's a little small, but it's not like sort of incorrectly. It's not like incorrectly scaled or anything, like on a technical level. I'm going to actually probably erase the grass here. Just move it. Where do I want it to be? Like roughly there, right? Something like that. And let's get rid of the grass here. In its immediate vicinity, we can paint it back in then later if we actually want grass here. Because I actually think I will want to most likely. Actually, I think it needs to go a little bit this way. And yeah, let's scale it up a little bit, but let's scale it up by doing some actual remodeling. Small shed, that's a hydro plant one. We don't need that. Thanks for your service, hydro plant. So if we take like, how do I want to do this? Take like these faces, all of those faces, and just move them along X a little bit that way. And then I think we'll take all of those faces and move them upwards a little bit. And that means that we will have to actually adjust this. Actually, I'm just going to take that away. Bye bye. Bye bye. Don't need that. So now it's a little bigger. That's good. That's good. Let's move that off to the side again. A little more. And add the door bevels there. And I wonder if the door should actually be just ever so slightly higher, taller actually. Something like that maybe. And then now we can take all of it and just move it a bit to the right, to the left, right, yes. About there. I think that's better, and now we need to adjust the collisions as well. That shouldn't be too difficult. Take all of that and move it up like so. And then we take those ones, right? Yeah, and that one. Actually, all of that stuff needs to come along with, and then just move it to the right. Oh, and this one as well. Like so. And then the same thing on the other side. So we take those, and those, and these, and that one. I think now we can just make we need that one as well. Now we can make the building as wide as we need it to be. Like that. Alright. I think that looks good. So that would be collisions. Let's put that into the collisions. BX, we take that and we make it small shed. And now we need to reposition that propeller. We can do it differently this time around. If I don't want to actually get any coordinates out of Blender. Can be a little tricky to position it like this. I don't know. Maybe I should get it out of Blender, just because it's going to be rotating, and if it doesn't rotate sort of properly along around the axle there, then it's just going to look wonky. So that's X. So X is that. Y is that. And then Z, I think, is unchanged. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. That looks reasonable. Okay. So now it's a little larger. The propeller is in the wrong place, but we get it reloaded like this. There we go. Yeah, it's still a little low, that door. I don't know, I must have had like a slightly different sort of scale in slide compared to here. I'm thinking the door is just a little too small still. Okay, what we're going to do here is this. I'm gonna append from maybe the power station. Append power station object power station. We get the whole thing, and now we get the door. We can just copy one of these doors, like duplicate and separate. And I'm gonna get rid of that whole that whole object there. We can see if we join these two together, what is the actual size of the door here as it should be. You can see that it's actually quite a bit larger than what we had in slide. That's interesting. At least I think it's interesting. Faces. Just get rid of that stuff. Yeah, so the shed is actually kind of small, but maybe that's fine. Maybe that's fine, or maybe we should actually scale it up a little more. It looks a little small, but that's mostly because this thing here is so ridiculously huge. But okay, let's do something about this. No, deselect everything, and then select. All the thing. Actually, let's do it like this. Select that, and then invert the selection. And we will scale this from the 3D cursor. Just make it 1.2. So make it a little larger. No point in actually making things too small. Just look wonky. Like that. Now then, now if we take that one and that one, add a face. Take that and that and add another face. Actually, let's not do that. Let's instead make this go all the way down. Right, that should now be proper traction point scale. So what did we scale? It was 1.2, scale 1.2. Is that how it was? One of these walls is somehow incorrectly placed. Yeah, something like that. I think that's probably fine. Let's do individual origins and scale X. Let's make that a little bit tighter. Something like that. Kind of looks like I messed up this a little bit, but not to worry, we'll fix it. There we go. So that's small shed. That's small shed collisions. And then the propeller also needs to be scaled up. Scale 1.2. Oh, scale 1.2. Propeller. Like so. so. Okay, let's make sure this size is now good, because I'm gonna need to do that propeller dance one more time, since we keep moving the place, moving the pivot point for the propeller rotation. I think that looks kind of all right now. Just looking at these scale mannequins here, it's kind of reasonable. Yeah, that's fine. So let's do one last time the propeller dance, as I call it. Oh, we're gonna have to maybe re-unwrap this guy. That's fine. It was a good thing that we added it to the scene before doing any more UV work, because we would have had to change that anyway. And now then, cursor to selected. 178 is the 178 4.2 4.204 was the actual, and then minus that. What? Oh, there's something like that. We'll see. Then we need to change the Z value still. Probably needs to be something like 2.5. Yep, exactly 2.5. That's good. Okay. Now let's try to not change that anymore. One thing that I can still check here is that the collisions match. And yeah, they seem to match quite nicely. Good. Alrighty then. That looks correct. Okay, so now let's have a think. What do we want to have around this guy? So I was thinking this would be like in this very instance, it would be sort of a almost like an entry hut or shed for that elevator there. So it should have like a small, almost like a parking lot or whatever. Right in front of it or next to it. Let's lower the ground here just a little, like this. And yeah, I'm gonna have to actually remove some of this grass. Like so. Don't know exactly. How much of it I need to remove. It's kind of tricky to see the shapes of the terrain here. If we paint a little bit of gravel to this area. also like a little bit around this guy. I'm actually gonna remove the grass for the time being so that we can see what we're doing here properly. So this looks okay. Maybe we want to place this guy so that there's a little bit of a small hill around. Oh, not that much. A little bit of a small hill here behind it, so it's sitting sort of in a slope. This place is very, very flat and boring anyway, otherwise. Been meaning to do something about it for a while. Just do a little bit of something like this. We'll put in some more trees as well, I'm sure. Be a little careful with how much we raise this terrain near this barrier, because it will quite easily accidentally snap there to the bottom and start raising that there as well. And we don't want to raise the bottom terrain. I want to keep it as flat as possible. Then I think in this particular place I'm gonna want to probably add a rock here and then sort of model this thing almost kind of like around this guy. So we have some sort of natural feature here which can sometimes be helpful when making believable terrain. Quite often actually. You can make some of that ground sort of a little bit higher, kind of like above this guy, and then below it almost like cut like a small pit. That gives like a certain credence to the thing. And then just go smoothing out the whole thing. Pretty high strength. Not too much though. Yep. Oh. Some of these tools require more strength than others, and some of them go completely bananas when you have a lot of strength. It's almost completely unusable with a high strength. Alright. Almost like a little difficult to see how this ground flows here when it's just single colored. There's no grass or anything on it either. But we'll fix that in just a second. coffee. And yeah, we're gonna want to change this painting here a little bit, this material painting on the ground. Just a little bit. I think the red one is like the alternative gravel. No, alternative sand is the name of this red one. Like this, and we can maybe paint a little bit of it here along sort of the edges, maybe a little bit along this, around this guy here. I typically like to use this other one, the one that's just called sand, quite a lot along the sort of in the gutters of the roads or whatever, next to the roads, so to speak. Yeah. A bit more of this sand here. I think we'll want to have like a cluster of trees around here. Definitely sand around this guy, and I think we might want to just immediately around this guy, we want to dig a bit. And that can look kind of nice. Slightly more sort of accented edges here. Next to the road. And I keep sort of using the idea of like, you know, thinking about that there would have been vehicles just pressing down on the earth over a long time, and that's why the roads are sort of depressed a little bit. They're pressed into, they're sort of lower than the surrounding terrain a little bit. Yep. Looking good. Okay. So let's put in like a cluster of trees here. What about that one? Is that too big? Maybe. Not necessarily. It doesn't work on its own though, but we'll add some more. Maybe they need to go somewhere around here instead, this other one. Almost kind of like background. background noise. I think instead we'll want to have probably let's see. Scale that down and maybe dig it into the ground just a little bit. Like that, and then we will add like one more tree here. Let's make it a red one, for example. I want to basically add it there. Red spruce 2, why not? Let's go. Yeah. That's probably fine. Then maybe we want to have like a cable from this pylon here. Actually connected to that. I don't know, maybe. I'll have to think about that some more. That might be an interesting thing to have. Okay, maybe we should bring the grass back in. So now we need to raise the terrain here. We need to force rebuild grass object to make sure it actually places the grass on top of the ground, not inside of it. Maybe a little more. That's a bit much, maybe. Yeah, a little more here as well. Let's bump up the intensity slightly here. And this edge grass here becomes almost a bit too much. Yeah, and again, let's not touch that yet because it's not light mapped. The border goes here. So I'll get back to that at a later point. Oh, that was the that was the intensity. Yeah, that was not good. I was looking for the height one. little bit more here. Yeah, we have some super wonky coloring going on here. What's going on with that? Perfect. Alright, that looks good, but what about when we turn off the sun? Then you can see some wonkiness and funkiness in the ambient. So let's start with the near. Just correct this. I clearly had something going on there and some super strange ambient settings for this area. I just need to kind of undo that stuff. Yeah, I think I need something like a normalization brush for this, so that if you have a sort of a place where there's some kind of strange lighting going on, I need a brush where you can apply it and it kind of like takes it towards the default value. Seems like something that I should add. Sometimes you just want to take a place and go like, okay, let's reset this particular place. And currently I can't actually really do that. I can reset the whole thing. That's rarely what you actually want to do. All right, that's probably fine. We will commit that, turn the sun back on, and I will actually add some decorations here around that stuff. Maybe around there, and then for those decorations we need to erase a little bit of grass. That. Some more decorations here. Let's add maybe that one, that model. Bring it up a little bit. Yep. And maybe something here. grass a little bit to expose those rocks there a bit better. I think we want to actually make that a little darker. Yeah, it's fine. Here's well, same thing goes for just parts of this terrain here overall. It's still sort of too featureless in some sense. I might want to have taller grass here still. I'm not sure how tall I can make it. It might be some places already at like maximum height, but in some others not quite. So let's make it a bit higher. And be a little careful around this guy here. Now that we have a grass system that actually supports lots and lots of grass, let's just go nuts and actually use it where we can. Yeah, not a fan of how that looks currently. That's probably fine. Alrighty then. What do we have going on here? There's a little bit of darkening there. Is that like actual... Is that like the darkener material that we have applied, or what? Why is it darkened? Darkened. Yeah, there's a little bit of that. It doesn't explain everything, but it maybe it doesn't need to explain everything. We do need a bit more and or different colors here though for this area. And so I painted in quite a few places here, sort of like almost kind of like tire tracks, not quite tire tracks, but like sort of like lighter areas in the middle of the road, suggesting that vehicles have driven sort of along certain routes. Might want to do a little bit of that here for this hut as well. Just paint some of these sort of paths kind of back and forth, just to give a little bit of a directionality to this thing. Maybe put some sand here behind that as well. Here we need to clearly edit the far ambient light of this grass. Or is it near? Yeah, it's near actually. Make it a bit darker to have it fit. How's this grass actually behaving here? It's a little strange. Maybe that can look kind of interesting. Wow, there's some really, really dark patches here. What's this about? What is that about? I think light intensity is actually what we want if we want to make this darker. Don't know if we do though. Yeah, that doesn't quite work. Let's remove the grass from over there. I can add some in here on the actually grassy places instead. Sometimes it can look kind of cool to paint this grass on things that aren't green, but sometimes it just doesn't work. Actually, this doesn't work here either because of some tessellation issue. It's kind of flying in the air a little bit there, so let's just not have it. Quite simply. That's probably fine. All right. So we should, I guess, get cracking on actually texturing that hut to make sure we actually get to that during this stream. So that we don't get left without any textures. I think I have just about time to do like a basic texturing pass on that guy. So let's. Oh, I'm clicking the wrong things here. Yeah, no, I don't want Steam. Thank you very much. Exit Steam. Bye bye. Blender is what I want, and I want the small shed one. So, right, we did the UV unwrapping, and we have a pretty good version here. A little bit of stretching there, doesn't matter. The rest of it is pretty good. Gonna unwrap it one more time to make sure that we actually have the thing properly set up. Check your texture. Looks pretty good. What we want to do though is pack this sensibly. So let's see what we can do. UV Pack Master, heuristic search, and I want the margin to be 0.8 maybe. And let's see what we get. Yeah, we get really good results with this. 0.8. 0.81, 0.86, 0.87, or 817, sorry. 817, 818. I almost never get this good of a ratio. That actually makes me want to bump this margin a little, because if we use this in many different places and we still get like over 75, then it might make sense to have the margin a bit larger so that we can have it work nicely with light maps. All right, over 0.8 still. That's quite excellent. Yeah, UV Pack Master is the best. It is the master. Coolio. So let's put in some textures, and maybe we'll work with like a 2K texture in this case. So small shed diffuse. Diffuse. Copy the beginning part as usual. Let's work with the 2K texture, bring it down if we can to a 1K. That goes in work. Edge highlights. And if you've seen any of my previous texturing streams or videos, then you know the deal. I typically create 4 work textures, out of which I then bake a single diffuse texture that goes into the game. And so, just like usual, actually we'll want to make sure we don't have any overlapping islands here, but we do not seem to have any. And I couldn't spot any in the UV here either. Okay, so material edge highlight, drag that onto there, and I need to drag it onto the thing in object mode. Set the correct edge highlights texture. Is that what? What's going on? That was just. I think that was like a weird artifact in Blender. Quite simply, it is not though. How is that still using? Confusing. How is that actually using a different? Using the color placement RGB. Slot 2. Yeah, we don't want any slot 2, we just want 1. Unable to remove material slot in edit mode. Okay. There we go. Now we have just 1 slot. That's what we want. Yeah, that's strange. Never seen that before. But okay, live and learn. 0.2 maybe. What about 0.2? I think 0.2 looks kind of reasonable. It's a bit heavy maybe. 0.115. Let's go with that. It's less heavy. So, paint into that, or bake into that rather. Bake, emit, and bake. So hopefully this doesn't take all that long. Baking this edge highlight texture is typically the one out of the 2 bakes I need to do that takes longer, but this is a kind of a small object, so yeah, we're almost done. There we go. So save that, go back to textured mode, and I'm gonna drag this standard material onto it instead, and then we just need to hook up these. So this would be the color placement, this would be the diffuse, this would be the edge highlights, and then we're gonna add one more. And that would be the painted details. This needs to be mix, not add, and the alpha goes into the factor. There we go. Alright. So here we have the thing. The only thing we can really do here now is just verify that these edge highlights look correct, and I think they do. Looks kind of okay. So what we'll want to do now is figure out the colors, and I was thinking we would use the same colors we have on these buildings here. So we have a roof color, we have a wall color, which is kind of like the base color. We have a detail color, and we have an alternative roof color. So that would be the power plant, as it's called. Let's see if we can find it here. Power station is not the same as the power plant, but we can find it. It's in refinery, power plant, work, power plant. And here we're really interested in these colors. We have actually a whole bunch more here. We have the base color, which is what we actually want. We want the roof color, we want the detail color, we want the reactor orange, as it's called here. Or we might want the reactor orange, I should say. But we want like an alternative color, most likely. So I'm just gonna copy these guys over. And actually I can probably do it with this, right? No, I can't. I can only pick from the same Blender instance. Oh well. Alright, so there we have the different colors, and this will now be the base color. That's fine. So for the roof goes into the red channel of the color placement. So let's select the roof. All of the roof faces. That would be all of them. Texture paint and fill only selected. So that was the red channel, and we're also going to be using the green and blue channels. FF00, that's the one I want, and then and then we'll want for the detail painting, which I'm gonna do later on. Also want 2 more, like so. But now we're gonna paint red. Not into that, but into the color placement. There we go. So then we have the roof color, and again we have a texel there to fix up actually some more. But let's paint a few more things here, and then we'll fix up most of those sort of in one go. So you have that one, you have the door, we have these things. Those bases are actually in their own islands. That's stupid. Every face in its own island. Oh well. Still got a pretty good usage ratio for the UV map there, so I'm not gonna lose any sleep over that, but that was stupid. It's a mistake. Like so. That would be the details. The deets. Yeah, we have a little bit of crap here that we need to fix. Again, the fill tool is not really managing it properly. So okay, maybe we can add these faces here and these faces here. Just give it that alternative blue channel color. We can even keep the same color if we don't want necessarily to change it, but like that. Now we have this reactor orange, as I called it, for the power plant. And we can change it later if we want to have it something else. So that's fine. Save all the images, and let's take that color placement thing and actually bring it into GIMP, fix up those texels that it missed. was something on the roof at least. Yeah, here we have a few. And there's one. There's a few. Could typically spot them kind of easily. There was something on one of these side roof areas as well. There's one. And there's one. Yeah, sometimes I can't believe how it misses some of these things, but I guess it's some sort of precision thing. Most likely. Okay, so we'll just override that, and we'll go here, and like that texel there should go away if we go here and we reload this thing. Now it's beautiful. Same thing with these issues up here on the top roof. Yep, that is good. Okay. Coolio. So the only thing left now to do is to bake this diffuse, small shed diffuse, and then I'm gonna do a little bit of hand painting later on top of it to give it a little bit of flavored sort of texture like this, like I've done here, but I'm not gonna paint with a mouse, so I'm gonna have to do it offline. My drawing display, did I already save everything? I did. So bake. Oh, no valid selected object. There we go. And the last thing I will do in today's stream is export this outside of the work folder. We can see it here, and I will actually put it down to a 1K texture just immediately, because I feel like we should be good enough with that, but we'll see. We can bump it up to 2K again if we want to later on. Compress it as BC7, and then we'll go to, can take the power plant. Actually, no, let's not do it that way. We need to create a material for it to show up in the game. So we'll go to Beans Data, work folder root, game, materials, and we'll want to have. Actually, we can do it this way, but I'm gonna do it in a slightly roundabout way. Open the power plant material, which is a variant of base material diffuse light mapped, and then we'll create a new variant, which we will save in objects, static props, small shed, and we'll call it small shed. And it will use the small shed diffuse. Save, export. Like so, and now we can go into the blueprint, select that. Static props, small shed. Can even open a preview here for ourselves. Small tanks. Yeah, it doesn't know that we need to restart this thing for it to pick up the bin material path there, which is a little annoying, but can you do? Okay, so we need to re-export the mesh still. Because we re-unwrapped it. Alright, so that one, small shed, yes, that should be good. There we go. There we have the thing, and it looks sort of unnaturally clean until I go in and paint some dirt on it. But that's fine. That is to be expected. Okay, then just reload the backend here to have that new blueprint loaded. And we should see the material all nice and fine. There we go. Of course, still without any light map or anything like that. Looks a little out of place compared to this stuff that is light mapped and dirt painted. But both of those things will come pretty soon. Alright folks, that was today's stream. I'm gonna have to go do some other things now, but this was a pretty good stream, pretty long stream. And this elevator area is starting to be kind of nice. Still needs a little bit more work, but I think after I do dirt painting on the shed and this elevator car here, I'm basically ready to move on to the next portion of the lift station, which may be going in this direction and doing a little bit of work on that warehouse there, or this direction. But there's arguably more work. And then we have these concrete walls here, and we have this outer wall, and yeah, lots of work still. But it's progressing, so that's nice. Thank you to everyone who came to hang out today, even though the latter half was a little bit slow on the chat side. It's always nice to have at least a few people tagging along. If you haven't already, and if you're interested in learning more about the project, then be sure to subscribe to the channel, and you can join the Discord. There's a link in the description for the stream. The Discord is also the place to be if you want to be among the first people to play the first playable demo, and I have it ready for you. Hopefully soon. So, do check that out. Other than that, have a great start of the week, and I hope to see you in the next stream. Bye.